Yeah, there's all these like widgets that Streamlabs has, but like the regular just like chatbot stuff seems pretty easy.
Yeah. Okay. Where's the where?
I'm just trying to walk.
Yeah.
Oh! I just won! Legitimately won!
Nice.
Oh, that's so perfect. I love that he's doing it. I'm gonna clip this too.
Third.
Oh, I should
It's like believing in fairies and Peter Pan. If everybody subscribes to my channel right now, that's the only way I'm gonna find this.
Not mine?
And Justin's channel.
I figured there's at least be an oxygen plant. Oh, there's one right there! No! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Get good, motherfuckers.
Oxygen. Warning. 30 seconds of oxygen remaining.
Clip it! Clip it anyways! You said I was dead. You had no faith. What have I... Clearly fixed everything. When will father return from the war? He said he was going out for milk. It's been 3 days. Technically only 2 days, actually, if you count the couple hours I came here when I fixed all these assholes.
And he magically appeared.
I lied about crouching the entire time. Fairly positive we're safe here.
Stay back.
Oh fuck, maybe we're not.
Shit.
Ah!
It's banned. Let's just go to jail.
Does it matter if we're going to jail?
Let's just go to jail.
I can't fight him?
Or you'll
Let's
make
not
everyone
fight
in
him.
here hostile.
Yeah, I was like, let's not fight him.
Sounds like a they problem.
You can try to convince her.
Might as well. At least gives us one more roll. 22. Okay.
You have to roll a 22.
That was hilarious.
Get fucking good.
You fucking do it.
Clip it! Hello, 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 everyone. Happy Saturday. Mic check. Looks like everything's working. All seems to be good. How are y'all doing? Let's see. We're in Discord. Everything looks good on my end. All of our cameras are working. Ooh, I do want to test this really quick. Yep, that also looks good. Got a very sleepy kitty. Who's being very cute. Okay. I know I got a little serious. We had a lot of real talk yapping on our last stream. you know, maybe I will do more of that. It's kind of crazy to see how many people we had who were in the stream while I was yapping, not just here, but on TikTok and YouTube. And I am testing Twitter today. It doesn't seem to be live. I was able to enable the API, but yeah, it actually doesn't look like it's live. Or the message still says streaming issues on X currently disabled due to issues with API functionality. So I guess that's not working. But I did enable it. So we'll see if that ends up continuing. But yeah, I appreciate everybody who hung out with us yesterday. It was great to get to see lots of new and familiar faces, thanks to Kitty Cake, H-Town Buff, you know, all of those who were hanging out, Noel, Panda, Brown, Rhodey, Dead Game, Kit, lots of folks. Alas, Elizabeth. Great to get to see lots of people in here. And doing redeems, having lots of fun. Also, thank you to Audrey and Joyce for shout out that we got to. Awesome to continue developing community with a lot of wonderful people. That is what this is all about. And if I did sound overly negative, you know, thankfully I didn't get any negative feedback today from the person who was hanging out with me yesterday for the Tyson Paul fight. But yeah, I'm still not exactly sure how to respond to or shake the negative sentiment that I have been getting more, I shouldn't just say more recently, for the last like 13 months from people who I've known outside of streaming while discussing this being something I'm extremely passionate about. Or, as discussed on a few streams, you know, how to respond to people I have known outside of streaming for decades or many years IRL who have become more negative about my streams or my personality or demeanor or whatever while streaming. I'd like to think that overall, especially since I do rewatch majority of my VODs, or especially those that are considered or deemed to be controversial, that our demeanor's been pretty fucking positive overall. Or even in times like immediately preceding controversy, both with other streamers I've met and other people I've known outside of streaming. Like, if I rewatch those VODs prior to some of the controversial stuff coming up, like, I was having a really good time on some of those streams, both in Minecraft and in Fortnite and in other stuff recently. So I don't know. I don't know that I'd change a whole lot if I were to go back and be able to, or I don't know that I should. But we did get started a little bit later tonight because I did go out, helped a friend celebrate a going away party, which I mentioned on my stream yesterday. Had a lot of fun. You know, didn't really know a lot of the people who were there. Didn't really drink or anything. I had 2 beers over the course of 4.5 hours. So, yeah. I enjoyed the outing, but it's one of those other things where a lot of people ask me what I've been doing, what I've been up to for work, and if I'm being fully transparent, I didn't mention the streaming stuff to them. I don't know if that's because of the stuff that's happened recently, or as discussed yesterday, if, you know, it's a good just avoidance mechanism, a good just don't want to get into it tactic or whatever. But I would like to see that switch flip, or to get to a place where I am more comfortable discussing it. And not just more comfortable, like, I've been pretty fucking open and comfortable. The shitty part is that the majority of reception or response to me being open about it has been overwhelmingly negative recently. Or I guess, yeah, for like the last year. So anyways, I don't want today to be a negative stream, so I think we're just gonna dive straight in. We'll discuss some news topics briefly, get into our NPR, and then go into, we did beat Alan Wake last night. Go into Alan Wake's Nightmare, and then into Alan Wake 2.
This message comes from Greenlight. Parents rank financial literacy as the #1 most difficult life skill to teach. With Greenlight, the debit card and money app for families, kids learn to earn, save, and spend wisely. Get started today at greenlight.com/NPR.
Live from NPR News, I'm Dale Willman. President Joe Biden met his Chinese counterpart Xi Jinping Saturday for one final time before he leaves office. As NPR's Asma Khalid reports, this meeting comes against the backdrop of Donald Trump's recent election win.
Biden and Xi met on the sidelines of the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Summit in Lima, Peru, and spoke about the need to maintain stability, not just for their two countries, but for the world. Xi explicitly mentioned the recent U.S. election, speaking through an interpreter.
China is ready to work with the new U.S. administration to maintain communication, expand cooperation, and manage differences.
Xi also warned against the export restrictions Biden had put in place on advanced technology. Trump, during his first term, launched a trade war with China because of its unfair trade practices, and during his recent campaign, threatened hefty new tariffs. For his part, Biden reminded Xi they have not always agreed, but frank, candid communication is vital. Asma Khalid, NPR News, Lima.
Both North and South Dakota will likely have new governors soon. NPR's Kirk Siegler has more on that story.
One-time GOP presidential candidate and current North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum had already announced this year he would not be seeking a third term. This week, Trump picked him to be the country's next Secretary of Interior. North Dakota voters handily sided with Republican Kelly Armstrong to replace him in this month's election. South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem was picked by Trump to head the Department of Homeland Security. If Noem is confirmed, the state's Republican lieutenant governor will finish out her term until 2026. Noem, a staunch Trump ally, made headlines for defying pandemic health measures and being banned from all 9 of that state's reservations. Kirk Siegler, NPR News.
The Israeli military announced this week a small expansion of an area in southern Gaza that's designated as a humanitarian zone for civilians to shelter in the war against Hamas. But elsewhere, in central Gaza, the Israeli military struck a camp where displaced Palestinians live. NPR's Ruth Sherlock has more.
It's dark, and in Al Bureij camp, tents are on fire. Amid the heat and the smoke, people run in panic, screaming as they search for their loved ones. At least 4 people, including a 9-year-old girl, died in the Israeli drone strike. A new report by a UN special committee that investigates Israeli human rights practices in the occupied territories documents the intensity of the Israeli military's war with Hamas in Gaza. It finds that by December 10 last year, the Israeli army had already used over 25,000 tons of explosives across the Gaza Strip, the equivalent, it says, of 2 nuclear bombs. The Israeli military did not immediately reply to NPR's request for comment. Ruth Sherlock, NPR News, Tel Aviv.
And you're listening to NPR News. Thousands of viewers who tuned in to the video streaming service Netflix last night to watch the much-hyped live fight between Mike Tyson and Jake Paul experienced major streaming issues. As NPR's Chloe Veltman reports, this was Netflix's biggest live sports event to date and a test of its future in that arena.
Mike Tyson lost the match squarely to Jake Paul, but the biggest loser of the night might have been Netflix, after fans took to social media to complain about buffering issues, freezing and blank screens. Netflix made the match available to its 280 million global subscribers at no additional cost, but close to 90,000 fans logged viewing problems during the event, according to the online outage tracker Down Detector. The stakes are high for Netflix as the company gears up to host regular football and wrestling events, including 2 NFL games on Christmas Day. And it's experienced similar issues in the past, such as in 2023, when viewers had trouble accessing a live event for the reality TV series Love is Blind. Netflix did not comment on the glitches. Chloe Veltman, NPR News.
Carnell Tate celebrated his Chicago homecoming with 2 touchdowns as the number 2 Ohio State Buckeyes beat Northwestern today, 31-7. It was his first game in his hometown since his mother was killed in a drive-by shooting in Chicago last year. Number 3 Texas, meanwhile, slipped past Arkansas 20-10. Number 4 Penn State dominated Purdue 49-10. Number 17 Clemson slipped past Pittsburgh 24-20. And Montana beat Portland State by a score of 28-17. I'm Dale Willman, NPR News.
This message comes from NPR sponsor Anthropic. Meet Claude, the AI assistant by Anthropic. Claude can help with any project, from brainstorming a bedtime story to building software. Join people around the world already working with Claude. Learn more at anthropic.com/Claude.
Don't read your children actual bedtime stories. Talk to AI instead. If it's not clear, I am not affiliated with NPR's sponsors. I am a huge supporter and donor to NPR, being fully transparent, as well as Marketplace and some extensions of these podcasts, including the Wall Street Journal. But I mention that because I clearly do not agree with all of the ads and things, or even donors and sponsors outside of myself and a large number of others that I do support, which I've mentioned multiple times on stream, who play during some of these segments. Yeah, I think that's the most I'll say there. Also, for those that have even been critical or who I've talked to in real life or in person about the potential bias NPR plays, that's why I listen to the Journal and Wall Street Journal every day and read through that, because I think it gives what would be considered a much more right-leaning and kind of fiscally conservative in the true sense of the term, if not just like fiscally factual overview of events that is separate from Marketplace and like NPR, which are considered to be more left-leaning or politically factual, regardless of kind of finance or general corporate policies. So I try to get my news at least from those sources on both sides, since I think they have good journalistic integrity. And as always, when seeking information outside of those, I rely on the Associated Press. We did see announced today, Trump has announced once again a controversial pick for another position led by somebody who seems to almost not only not have the experience or credentials in order to lead in a role relative to that position, but where their experience is almost opposite what that position has been representing for a large period of time. They have announced oil executive Chris Wright as their pick for energy secretary, and have said that as Secretary of Energy, Chris will be a key leader driving innovation, cutting red tape, and ushering in a new golden age of American prosperity and global peace, even though Wright has also been critical of things like climate change, which is something that for the last 12 years or more than a decade has been crucial to people leading the Council of National Energy, or that is a new council that's been nominated here, but it's an extension of other energy and even renewable energy councils and things that have been put forward over the last decade. So saying that they will consist of all departments and agencies involved in the permitting, production, generation, distribution, regulation, and transportation of all forms of American energy in capitalization. I don't know what the fuck that means, but where despite the focus on renewables and meeting things like the Paris Climate Accords over, the last 7 years, Wright instead has been the head of an oil fracking company, and where they've even made direct statements saying things like there is no climate crisis and we're not in the midst of an energy transition either, even despite also acknowledging, apparently in separate interviews, that China is leading in renewables and other energy development besides traditional fossil fuels. But yeah, I don't know. As reported in this, Trump is likely to reverse Biden's energy policies. And again, the Department of Energy are referring back to other energy councils that have been in existence since the 70s for at least the last 12 years, have been focused on the decarbonization of the entire U.S. economy in order to not only meet Paris Climate Accords, but in order to remain competitive in some of these sectors while decreasing our reliance on fossil fuels and limited resources like fossil fuel-based systems, as the entire rest of the world, including even China, have been doing for the last couple of decades. So seeing this again, more news that came out today, 6 o'clock this morning, shows that Trump is not nominating people based on really competitive or experience relative or related to the positions they are going to be holding. He is creating a team of loyalists after conflicts with cabinet members in the first term, which we've mentioned multiple times. Over 90% of the people in his previous cabinet not only didn't support him, many of which also faced literal convictions, and some of which are actually serving prison sentences. So to see, again, RFK Jr., a noted anti-vaccine activist who has railed against Big Pharma and the food industry, being promoted to head of Department of Health and Human Services, despite also having no medical background or medical training, and even on top of not having any of that medical background and training, him saying that he feels he is well suited for the role because of his previous heroin conviction and environmental activism work, which he was ordered to do as fucking court-ordered, like, community service based on his drug charges previously, like. Or to see Pete Hegseth, a literal Fox News personality with no actual supervisory or commanding experience within the military, being nominated to be the head of fucking national security and defense. Or Kristi Noem, similarly not having any real experience, being nominated to be head of Department of Homeland Security. So on and so forth.
Thank you, Adagio_the fabulous for the
Adagio,
sub.
you're the fucking best. How are you? Happy Saturday. Happy beginning to your weekend. How have you been? Here. Appreciate 11 months! Not only have we had a Twitch baby, we're about to have a fucking Twitch birthday. Let's fucking go. Look at this cutie pie. Santa hats. I've been wearing this for a whole week now. This is our new hat. Once we retired the, we didn't retire, but once I got rid of the witchy wizard hat. Yeah, oh, on the emojis. Yeah, well, also on the person. But how are you? How have you been? I know we've been interacting and engaging and having fun in Ephemeral and even Roll Stats streams and all kinds of stuff. But yeah, I figure as a reward... Oh, you also get to choose a snowflake. I have 3. Actually, I have 6, but 2 of them... Well, choose between these 3. Choose your snowflake. We'll call this number 1. We'll call this number 2. And we'll call this number 3. I am really, really tired, LMAO. Looking forward to sleeping this weekend. You want this one? That is arguably the largest and easiest for me to write a name on, so that is amazing. But yeah, I've been cutting out these. These are all hand-cut, handcrafted snowflakes made by me on pretty paper. I've also been hand-creating our hangers for these out of paper clips. Oh yeah, he's being... When I got back, so I went out for a friend's like going away kind of like / birthday party earlier today, which is why I started a little bit late. And when I got back, he was so lovey, like more so than usual. And he's just been sleeping since then. But like the immediate, like right when I got home, he was like chirping and purring, and I let him outside and he like just basically sat right by my feet. Right, we've got your hanger made. What colors would you like? So I'm using the Crayola Twistables. We have all the colors. The easiest, let's see, what colors do we have? We have currently a yellow with a purple outline, a blue with an orange outline, a green with an orange outline, and then a yellow with, or a purple with a yellow outline. So we haven't really used very much red or gray. Gray's not super fun for holidays. I have like a lighter green, blue, purple, pink, orange, yellow. What primary color would you like for your snowflake? And then what secondary color would you like for your snowflake? I'm trying to do like a fill-in for the primary color and then highlights with a secondary color. So you tell me what colors you would like, and I will make it so. Adagio _ the fabuloso. No, I know it's the fabulous. We've also written your name. Boop. In all caps in the middle. But you tell me what colors you would like, and I will make it so. A cherubi has appeared too. Cherubi? Cherubi? Trubesque? Purple if I have it. Yeah, I have fucking purple. You want that to be your primary color, but what do you want to be your secondary color? Because the highlights almost matter more. Because I can start filling in the main center with purple, but I don't want to overdo, especially if you want like pink or yellow, which are lighter than purple, as your secondary color for the outline. You get two colors, a primary and a secondary. Blue, ooh, purple and blue go well. Purple and blue make brown. I'm just kidding. With the crayons, they do not make brown, thankfully. Especially with these, I really love these twistables. Like with the way that these work, like especially for these lighter blues that I have, like these are not, I don't know how well you can see this, but it's like, you know, it's like an actual crayon inside a pencil, which is super fucking cool. I need to build a rig for a top down so you can like see me do art. Fuck, who knows? Maybe we'll even start getting into doing some like actual art, do some art streams. I'm not very good at drawing, but I could do like fucking cross stitch, or I could do all kinds of fun things. Doesn't just need to be drawing. But especially with like me cutting out, my original thought was I would cut out the snowflakes in real time and show people me cutting them, their unique snowflake, but I don't really have a way to show it and like holding up the stuff with the scissors, which I do have. Do you know how fucking nice scissors are actually expensive too? Like I got these nice Fiskars. These are like fucking $20. Why are nice scissors so goddamn expensive? That's crazy. Now I know my mom used to get super pissed at me when I would like use her scissors to like cut cardboard and do stupid shit. Miss Willow has been snoozing on and off with me. Well, yeah, so when I got back from the going away party with my friend, Jackson immediately like cuddled up with me and like I said was like chirping and purring, but then like fell asleep with me, and he's been sleepy the whole rest of this day since I got back. So happy he's been compliant with staying on camera too. Ooh, purple and blue looks fucking badass. I like this a lot. Ooh, I'm also glad I asked because they don't overlap that well either. But yeah, how have you been? How's life? Liberty and the pursuit of your happiness. All things considered, especially as we talk about politics. Told you so! Yeah, fucking, you know what? The older I get, the more I realize I should be listening to motherly advice. And I think that's just a natural part of aging, especially as the oldest child. You know, you feel like a rebellious nature, or you're figuring it out while the parents are figuring it out. And I was obviously more rebellious than I probably should have been. So much so that I am apologetic for a lot of it, even if I've continued some of it into my adulthood. But, you know, inflation and such, I feel like it's gotten even worse. Like, I even looked on Amazon to see if I could get better deals than I could get from, like, Hobby Lobby for scissors and shit. And, like, these things are fucking expensive. Crazy expensive. But thankfully, I did get good deals on, like, these. These weren't too expensive. They were actually pretty cheap. But the more I've been getting into, like, just fun crafting, or even all of the ornaments. So yeah, we also have these. Ooh, Doja, you love these. So I got these at Costco for like $10. So these are some of the custom ornaments. So behind me, here, we'll go to this screen really quick. I do have a bunch of Hallmark ornaments that we can hang on the tree. Those are some of the nicer ones, but look, there's like a little owl and a cat. Oh, here, the glare is real. There's like 2 cats. I can't, it's like kind of offset. Right there, and right here. Look at them, they're so fucking cute. These are our first real Christmas ornaments. But I also have got like tinsel, sparkly ribbon and shit. I only had tinier trees prior to this, and when Jackson was a much smaller kitty, he attacked the fuck out of it. So I'm happy that after I put this one together, which I got at Costco, it wasn't too expensive. Christmas trees are also fucking expensive. But after I put it together, he didn't attack it, which was beautiful. See, they are very unbreakable. Yeah, they're soft ones. I don't have glass ones. I don't have any glass ornaments, actually. I've learned my lesson there. Well, I could probably acquire some, but ornaments are also expensive. Okay, so the purple makes it harder to read your name, but I'm outlining it again with Sharpie. Fabulous. Purple? Can you read your name? Focus, camera. Do your job. Purple with blue outlines. Handmade. Hand cut. Oh, fuck. I just dropped. Drop my twistables. Yeah. These were your colors. And this is my beautiful paper clip handmade hanger, which we are going to pierce the top of. Come on, don't tear. Look at that. It's fucking beautiful. There's your precious snowflake. Here, can I make this full screen with Jackson? Hooray. Thank you for the sub. Especially for like the almost year. Shit's wild. But I hope you're doing well. I do not have the ability to put Jackson on this. Well, I do have the ability, but not in the immediate term. So I'm going to flip this around. Boom. That one's yours. Hooray. We also have Christmas music, but it like doesn't like letting me loop it. I did figure out how to like break it or like make it do it yesterday, but it doesn't sound very like I need to play around with finding some more holiday theme stuff because the holiday stuff I have doesn't play super well, but we could do this. Upgrading like crazy. All right, I don't know if you can read any of this, but again, we have an anti-vaxxer and, person who's even been critical of things like Medicare and Medicaid, despite being a fucking millionaire and the child of actual RFK. now nominated to be the head of Department of Health and Human Services. We have literally a Fox News personality. Although they are a veteran, they have no actual leadership experience within the military and immediately transitioned after their minimal service period to be a Fox News host as the head of defense and defense secretary. We have Kristi Noem, who, although they also have a tiny bit of experience working with people on the border as the fucking nomination for Homeland Security, head of Homeland Security, and fucking Tulsi Gabbard, who I used to be supportive of, who was also a veteran and has, some good international experience, but who recently has mentioned being very pro-Putin and anti-additional funding for places like Ukraine as the Director of National Intelligence, or this all extends from the additional nomination announced today of an oil executive and head of a fracking company as the new Energy Secretary, which for the last 12 years have been people focused on helping us increase our development of renewable energy sources and be less reliant on fossil fuels, which we not only know are limited and lead to additional climate change, but where this motherfucker in particular is literally the executive of a fracking company and has made statements again, and I'm quoting verbatim, "There is no climate crisis and we are not in the midst of an energy transition either." You wonder why he might be super against renewables. Again, he is the CEO of an oil and natural gas fracking services company called Liberty Energy. Oh, sorry. How about that? Is that better? Yeah, it goes on and on and on. You also have Matt Gaetz, who literally pled the fifth during his last House Ethics Committee, investigating him for sexual misconduct and illicit drug use, also under additional investigation for sex trafficking. Again, had no actual defense and pled the fifth, and has also since resigned from Congress days before the investigative report was meant to be released, which sounds like it no longer will be because he's no longer a member of Congress. Nominated to be the fucking Attorney General. So we have a felon who's also had sexual assault charges brought against them, nominating an attorney general who has been under investigation for sex trafficking, sexual misconduct, and drug use, as well as, even just for the Department of Health and Human Services, nominating an anti-vaxxer who's also been arrested and had drug charges for heroin use as the head of that organization. We are entering a very interesting territory here, but the issue that I have with a lot of this is not just the nominations, it's that there doesn't seem to be an emphasis, or outside of a few of these articles from NPR and the Associated Press, we seem to be not only entering a period of anti-intellectualism, where even the most recent Scientific American editor resigned after they were doxxed and harassed because of comments that they made on the Twitter-esque new Twitter platform Blue Sky, where they said, Trump supporters are some of the meanest, dumbest, and most bigoted individuals, and also expressed regret to younger voters, stating that their generation is so full of fucking fascists. But I don't think that's hyperbole. If you look at Reddit, or you look at what's happening right now, you literally have, people marching with Nazi flags, and where you have people just having to hold rallies where they have to chant, "No Trump, no KKK, no racist USA," shit like that. It's getting into pretty wild territory, and where the more I read and see a lot of this stuff, it's just, I don't know. I know every generation has their, holy shit, we're fucking stupid at our core period, but this seems bad, really bad. And to see, again, this isn't hyperbole, this is today, a group of fucking Nazis with full-blown swastika flags marching through downtown Ohio, downtown Columbus, screaming fucking Nazi bullshit. Like, what the fuck is happening? How is Nazism and anti-intellectualism, or like people against fucking science, popular again? How is nominating a team of people who have literal, like, anti-experience or anti-beliefs relative to the positions they're being nominated for, or no experience relative to the positions they're being nominated for, like something that hundreds of millions of people are fucking championing right now? Like, how the fuck is this reality? Is this the real life? Or is this just fantasy? I feel like I'm getting caught in a fucking landslide with no escape for reality. And again, I've been called out even by other genetically related family members for saying I'm being hyperbolic when comparing some of this stuff to other Nazism style nominations and loyalist style nominations for valuing people who will just bow and kiss the fucking ring instead of people who might actually be able to challenge you or challenge people in these positions and have credentials or experience relative to these positions. But it's dangerous fucking territory. We are entering a period of what seems to be literal dictatorship. Nominating loyalists who, in some cases, whether it's trolling or just only giving nominations to people who will literally kiss the ring, like, that is what a dictatorship is. I don't know if, the people championing some of this shit actually realize that, since, especially on the right, there used to be a very large portion of that party that were anti-Russia, anti-China, anti-dictators, and anti these types of loyalist principles. But somehow, within at least my lifetime, we've moved so far away from that the people who I know and love or grew up with, who did tell me that that's what this party stood for, don't seem to be super anti a lot of this stuff. Or like, again, like, here, this is a funny video I saw. Let's just pull this up from Reddit too. Can I do this? Yeah.
Why are you guys?
Like, this is from the movie The Dictator with Sacha Baron Cohen.
Why are you guys so anti-dictators? Imagine if America was a dictatorship. You could let 1% of the people have all the nation's wealth. You could help your rich friends get richer by cutting their taxes.
Or literally less than a dozen people who have more wealth than 99%. It's not just, it's become worse since this movie's come out. But literally less than a dozen people, 4 individuals in particular, who have more wealth than 95% of the entire country. When you extend that, especially include like the Waltons and, just another 8 individuals. 12 people have more wealth than the majority of our fucking nation.
And bailing them out when they gamble and lose. You could ignore the needs of the poor for healthcare and education. Your media would appear free, but would secretly be controlled by one person and his family.
Rupert Murdoch!
You could wiretap phones. You could torture foreign prisoners. You could have rigged elections. You could lie about why you go to war. You could fill your prisons with one particular racial group, and no one would complain. You could use the media to scare the people into supporting policies that are against their interests. I know this is hard for you Americans to imagine, but please try. I will tell you what democracy is. Democracy is the worst. Endless talking and listening to every stupid opinion, and everybody's vote counts, no matter how crippled or black or female they are. Democracy!
I don't know the fucking person who posted that shit, but the movie famously did not do extremely well. It has a 57% on Rotten Tomato, a 45% popcorn meter score, and where people on both the left and the right considered some of the statements and things that Sacha Baron Cohen, playing the dictator in the movie, as just extremist or like a cartoonization or caricature of actual politics. Again, this movie is now over a decade old, but many of the things that they just said are unfortunately actually true, and we have moved away from even, the last time we even had arguments or had serious conversations about loyalism and nepotism in nominations like this, where you have like people with no medical degree or no medical experience, or not only no medical degree and no medical experience, but literal anti-vaxxers who have had heroin charges and who have been very openly spreading conspiracy theories for over a decade, which we talked about on my last stream, as the fucking head of Health and Human Services. Or where you have a literal Fox News personality, somebody with no military leadership experience, not a decorated, service member with leadership experience, not a decorated officer in the military as the fucking defense secretary. Like, it's getting really fucking crazy. And this all follows, again, the announcement today of the CEO of an oil and gas fracking company who's been openly critical of climate change, despite also, again, referencing China and other nations as doing more for renewables than the US, as our new nominee for the fucking energy secretary. So this movie caught flack more than a decade ago for apparently being a characterization of our politics, but our politics have now somehow become worse than the way things were depicted in 2012. So yeah, I don't know. It reminds me of like the George Carlin thing, where like I don't remember which fucking thing it was from. George Carlin. Don't blame politicians. Don't believe the government. No, it was like don't blame politicians. Can I fucking spell? Something like this. Why it's important not to give a shit. No. Maybe I shouldn't be trying to find this while I'm live. But I'm pretty sure it was like, don't blame politicians or something. I don't know. Maybe I should just look for it actually on YouTube, even though I'm not signed in, which is going to be a shit show itself. But blame the public is like his whole thing. I'm giving away the punchline. Politicians. George Carlin. Yeah, don't blame the politicians? Is this it?
Now, there's one thing you might have noticed I don't complain about. Politicians. Everybody complains about politicians. Everybody says they suck. Yeah! Well, where do people think these politicians come from? They don't fall out of the sky. They don't pass through a membrane from another reality. They come from American parents and American families, American homes, American schools, American churches, American businesses, and American universities, and they're elected by American citizens. This is the best we can do, folks. This is what we have to offer. It's what our system produces. Garbage in, garbage out. If you have selfish, ignorant citizens, you're going to get selfish, ignorant leaders. And term limits ain't going to do you any good. You're just going to wind up with a brand new bunch of selfish, ignorant Americans. So maybe it's not the politicians who suck. Maybe something else sucks around here, like the public. Yeah, the public sucks.
The public does suck. And even if I don't think a large portion of people I love and care about are selfish or truly ignorant, hearing them support people who only want to give tax breaks to the ultra wealthy, or for even decades having arguments with them about Reaganism and Reaganomics or trickle-down economics, and like whether or not even conversations about things that are continuing to happen with like tariffs, which again, to be 100%, which I've shown on multiple streams and we've gone into, or even on my last stream, played individuals from the Federal Trade Commission and editors for The Economist who talk about it is without a doubt going to lead to additional inflation, and where there is no argument as to whether or not tariffs are paid by the countries they're imposed on, which is something that Donald Trump has said on more than a dozen occasions. The tariffs are paid by the people who import products from other countries, so the American importers, and are meant to incentivize increasing not importing products from other countries and instead manufacturing those products inside the US. But for the last 40 years, we've instead seen, even from companies like Ford, GM, major automotive manufacturers, even aerospace companies, instead of them increasing production within the US, which is what tariffs are designed to do, because it will make people in the US have to pay more to import those goods manufactured elsewhere and then pass those increased prices on to American consumers. Instead, what we've seen is companies that search for additional alternatives for places they can export that manufacturing. But with the recent tariff proposals that Donald Trump has put into place, he's even talking about increasing tariffs for Mexico and Canada. Shocker, other places that American automotive manufacturers and even appliance manufacturers, like if you wonder why the average shitty fridge now still costs $1,000, or why cars and other things have increased much higher than even inflation, it's because they're not built here. They're not made in fucking America, folks. And we've already seen rounds of tariffs that have led to inflation that are being introduced even more. But the whole like anti-intellectual factor that extends from this, or people who are like proudly celebrating some of these nominations as just like a, whether you're trolling or not, like fuck you to the establishment, this is not how you drain the swamp. This is how you make life more difficult. If you are under the $400,000 or $12 million income bracket, this is how you increase inflation. This is how you put people in positions that will make it more difficult even for people who are trying to retire to receive any form of retirement benefits. As though our healthcare is not already completely fucked. As somebody who, again, just signed up for private healthcare myself, and my options were paying somewhere between $600 and $1,200 a month. A fucking month. And that doesn't include dental or vision. It's just healthcare. Just medical, to be specific. And somehow we think we're like the fucking greatest nation on earth, even though our infant mortality rate is barely in the fucking top 10. Even though our education scores are barely in the top fucking 20. And where many of these things are going down. Like life expectancy going down, infant mortality going up, education scores going down. I don't know why then putting people in charge of healthcare and education and Homeland Security and Defense who have barely any actual relative experience for these positions is something that people are actually celebrating. Or not to sound like a fucking intellectual or some woke liberal leftist, but using data from recent Marist polls and looking at voting records released openly from the last election, there are only 2 states from this last election, given votes counted currently, who did vote unanimously across the state. Oklahoma, to be fair, there's a qualifier here where there are 2 counties which were very close, within a few hundred votes of swinging one way or the other. But Oklahoma is 44th in education, 49th in healthcare, 44th in quality of life, 50th in average test scores. That's 0. That's the bottom. That's like, there's 50 states. It's the bottom, just to make sure, in case there's anybody from Oklahoma listening to this fucking stream. And in the top 10 ranks for worst poverty rankings for the entire nation. The state that voted in the other direction compared to that, Massachusetts, also in terms of qualifiers, there's 1 county which was also decided by less than 1,000 votes, not within a few hundred, but within a couple thousand, that ranks first in education, that ranks second in healthcare, that ranks first in quality of life, even if cost of living is significantly higher than Oklahoma. That caveat has also been pointed out by multiple people, but also ranks first in test scores and is in the top 10 for least poverty. Why are we, and when I say we, I mean more than half of this nation and the voting eligible populace who actually got off their ass, or even if they didn't need to get off their ass and were able to vote by mail or some other means where they could literally do it sitting fucking down, why are the majority of our nation shifting towards supporting individuals and systems that have led to some of the largest declines in healthcare, in education, in average just quality of life or test scores, which I thought most people gave a shit about? You can't say you're pro-life and want to protect the quality of life for children, or especially the unborn, if you then don't give a flying fuck about them after they're born. Or if you openly support and cheer those that support policies against people after birth. I understand that the pre-birth thing is like controversial for people. I'd argue that's also something that not only there are very clear and easy discussions to have about which we've had on stream multiple times, but to see a large portion of those who do get off their ass and vote, again, we did have over 50 million voting eligible people who just didn't even cast a fucking ballot. So those are the people I'm pointing the finger at. And if you do listen to, or if you want to say like, well, you like George Carlin, you played a George Carlin segment, he also says that he didn't vote, but his argument for not voting is that he instead does what he does and stands up and thinks he can make a bigger impact by pointing out the fucking hypocrisy in our system where a large portion of people vote against their own self-interests. And I'm tired of having conversations with friends, with people my age, with family, or people like my parents or my parents' age, in states where you see not unanimous, but a significant amount of support that leans towards things that are against their own self-interest. Or I don't know the number of times I've had arguments about things related to how costly better healthcare options would be, or how much trickle-down economics should be benefiting people who don't make $400,000 a year or more, despite none of the people I've had many of those arguments with actually even being in that tax bracket, sorry. Thanks, Brady. And again, when looking at test scores or general quality of life scores and things that impact children, which if you're pro-life, you should give a fuck about, like, our education scores ranked globally are going down. The comparison that I think is important to make here isn't just like left versus right, isn't just Republican versus Democrat. It's showing that a large portion of our nation and especially in areas where there are partisan divides already, seem to be either anti-intellectualism and making sure people understand the importance of things like journalistic integrity or reading comprehension and basic facts, and people who say like, I don't know, like, fuck that because fuck them. Or just Jesus, rah! Even if the person they're voting for is not only not Christian, but like a felon and charged with multiple cases of sexual assault and has been married multiple times and has openly admitted cheating on one of their wives while their wife was pregnant and shit. So like, the hypocrisy in this is just hard to move away from and hard to not continue commenting on. Or the more you look at the data related to these things, it's hard to see, even again, what's not mentioned in this, but which we talked about before when looking at many of the polls for some of the states like Oklahoma or many of the red areas. You see people saying that they think Trump's a good leader, a good businessman, more Christian-like, despite him being more sympathetic to literal dictators, having failed multiple businesses and filed for bankruptcy, as well as even being sued into the ground in places like New York, where they're not only not allowed to conduct business, but where they were charged with additional crimes for failing to disclose accurate reports about their businesses, or then charged on multiple felonies and things that extended from that, as well as, you know, openly saying they're not Christian and all the other shit we just mentioned. But like, it's when you look at the polls and hear why people say they support some of these individuals, it's oxymoronic at best. It's just like, it's indicative of a complete lack of true understanding. I feel like, not at worst, but that's like truly what it is. It's representative of people who don't read because they test the worst in the fucking nation. It's people who want to blame people that they don't understand on either side for their low quality of life, which is usually also the result of having very poor education and healthcare. And yet when you look in the opposite direction, which again, I understand a huge qualifier on this involves income and people who can afford to live in nicer areas with higher costs of living, but that is also usually a result of having a better education and better access to healthcare, which leads to usually higher testing scores and a better quality of life. So I don't get why people in these brackets don't want to become more like these brackets. Or let's reframe this as, I don't know why the people in this bracket who are currently pregnant don't want their unborn children to have these experiences instead of these experiences. I can't think of a different way to frame it that makes sense to these groups of people who are openly, and again, this is not, I think, a political statement saying voting against their own self-interests or championing the assembly of people who, I mean, you know, when compared, again, this is from NPR citing the Associated Press, showing and just contrasting the difference between, over the last 10 years, people who've been nominated for some of these positions, or this article in particular is just 2024 versus 2016, where you have anti-vaxxers and, you know, drug offenders when compared to literal doctors who'd spent over 2 decades in the healthcare industry. You have Fox News fucking commentators and personalities in comparison to actual retired generals from the Marine Corps. You have people who've not only been openly against policies that their family, their direct family, or again, even talking about the new vice president, J.D. Vance, and his wife, Usha Vance, the daughter of literal first-generation immigrants. Not only talking about Trump and his extended family, also fucking immigrants, as well as his current wife, a first-generation immigrant herself. Melania. You have people advocating for policies that would have made their own situations in this country either unlikely to ever exist or where their own fucking spouses would not be able to exist or would be on the deportation lists, if not their spouses, spouses' parents. I'm sorry for, maybe extending. Again, for Trump's wife, they'd be on the list. For Usha's parents, they'd be on the list. Or would have been on the list, I guess, to be even more specific. And you compare that, again, with another member who is also a retired Marine Corps general, who not only later became Trump's chief of staff, but has since denounced him as meeting the definition of a literal fascist. These are verbatim quotes from John Kelly, somebody who Trump previously, during his last administration, praised, until he didn't. Until he fired him and started engaging like a dictator and a fascist. And this isn't a Fox News personality saying this. This isn't some Fox commentator who served in the fucking Army National Guard. This is a retired Marine Corps general who Trump had previously had as their longest serving chief of staff, who now has literally called Trump's leadership style dictatorial, referring to him as a dictator on multiple occasions, and a fascist, lacking empathy in multiple interviews. And once again, where's Mike Pence in all of this? Oh, that's right. Not only not supporting Trump, but testifying against him in the case that's now looking like it's going to be dropped, as Jack Smith seems to be stepping down, even as other members of Trump's former cabinet continue to be prosecuted related to January 6 trials, but where Trump himself, most likely 99.9%, will not be because of rules about a sitting president not being able to be indicted. And how somehow people are championing that and celebrating that too, and saying that it was our justice system that was crooked, while many of those surrounding Trump either are testifying against him or are being indicted themselves and charged. I mean, handfuls of which are already actually serving actual criminal federal sentences. But it's our justice system that's broken. Or it's people like his longest standing former Marine General Chief of Staff who are calling him a fascist and a dictator, who are the ones that are wrong, not him, who is instead nominating a team of loyalists, many of which, over the dozen examples listed here, have very little, if not any, experience relative to the positions they're being nominated for. Do I need to Google nepotism? Nepotism. Let's just look this up. Here, we'll pull up, since some people have also criticized me for looking at Wikipedia. Here's Merriam-Webster. Favoritism as an appointment to a job based on kinship, which has papal origins, but where extending from this is similar to cryonism, which is in-group favoritism, the practice of partiality in awarding jobs and other advantages to friends and colleagues, especially in politics, or often in contrast to whether or not they are best suited for the positions they are being nominated for. And if you really want to see an extension of this, there's a reason I think it's important to look at what some of these individuals are saying. Oops, did I just lose? Here we go. But it's important to see John Kelly and others, or even Mike Pence, the former vice president, who not only refused to support Donald Trump in his rerun, but has been testifying against him, for actually showing what the definition of these systems like fascism. Like, you hear lots of people on the right critical of the left or calling people on the left like socialists and fascists all the fucking time. But the actual definition of this is a political philosophy, movement, or regime that exalts nation and often race above individuals, or that is associated with a centralized, autocratic government headed by a dictatorial leader that is characterized by severe economic and social regimentation by forcible suppression of the opposition. Trump has called his entire campaign retribution, where we're looking at these nominations, things where he is not only not reaching across the aisle, not only being bipartisan, not being bipartisan, but is creating a centralized, ultra-right, loyalist group that is autocratic in nature. If you need to look at the definition for this as well, but where his own former cabinet members are saying he's acting fascist and like a dictator. That is why these definitions actually matter. And to see, again, the hypocrisy of the people on the right who are championing some of these things, or championing the criticism of individuals like this, who were, even if I didn't agree with all of their politics, more well-suited for these jobs than those who are being nominated now, or where even when you look at every single person on this list, like when Obama ran again, he carried many people who were in his previous cabinet administration, none of which actually also were indicted or charged with multiple federal crimes or felonies. But there are a lot of people who were critical of Obama, myself included, for a lot of their policies. But every single position here includes a new and different person. There's not a single person who's been nominated for these positions who is the same from Trump's previous administration. And many of which who not only are now critical of Donald Trump, but we're looking at some of those who were, like, let's look at Secretary of State compared to Marco Rubio, Rex Tillerson. Again, public radio, NPR link right here, where their previous nominee for this position, Rex Tillerson, even as a former ExxonMobil CEO, big oil, something people on the right still support, not only had a falling out with Donald Trump, but literally proclaimed him as a moron. And this is, once again, following from this exact same link, someone who's also saying he's now creating a team of loyalists. I don't know how the party that says that they care the most about these things, especially in terms of being pro-America, a democracy, a system that is supposed to be by the people and for the people, are now championing this kind of bullshit. I really don't understand it. And even same thing, like, let's extend from this. Like, you want to get into something that might be considered truly controversial. There were reportedly millions of people, at least hundreds of thousands in polls, who said they didn't like some of the, continuation of policies or the support for, Israel or the position that Harris had on the current war in Gaza as a reason they didn't vote for Harris. Who just got nominated to be Secretary of State by Donald Trump? Marco fucking Rubio, who's not only been a China hawk, but has openly said they do not support any ceasefire. And not only do they not support any ceasefire, they support Israel eradicating every single member of Hamas, no matter what that takes. And when asked about whether or not they cared about, civilians dying or babies dying, which is something that is constantly brought up in a lot of these opposition rallies, he said, I blame Hamas. I can probably find the exact video. I probably need to make sure, again, we don't get into the territory of, just Google it while we're live. Fuck it. On ceasefire. It's from the Telegraph. I'd love to find it from the Associated Press. Say AP News. This isn't the exact link. See if I can, what is this? Yeah, here we go.
This is how to get in shape.
Oh my God,
the
I hate
fastest
this.
way to burn fat
No!
and get shredded.
Shut the fuck up. I hate this. I hate everything that YouTube's becoming to. Here we go. Here we go. This is not edited. It's not directly from the Associated Press, but is the video that was just referenced. I muted it.
On the contrary.
Senator Rubio, will you call for ceasefire?
No, I will not.
Gaza?
On the contrary.
Senator Rubio,
are you filming it?
Wait,
So I want you guys to get this. I want them to destroy every element of Hamas they can get their hands on. These people are vicious animals who did horrifying crimes. And I hope you guys post that.
And what about the civilians that are being killed every day?
Hamas should stop hiding behind civilians, putting civilians in the way. Hamas knew that this was going to lead to this. So Hamas should stop building their military installations underneath hospitals.
So you don't care that 15,000 have died? You don't care about the babies that are being killed every day?
I think it's horrifying. I think it's terrible, and I think Hamas is 100% to blame. That's what I think. Make sure you post that, please.
So here we...
Okay, so I'll be fully transparent here, as we've discussed on this multiple times. I don't actually, as much as I disagree with Rubio on many, many other policies, I don't think we shouldn't be focused on the eradication of Hamas. That doesn't mean we shouldn't be holding Israel accountable for murdering multiple civilians or not maybe having as targeted of strikes as they claim to be having, which Rubio hasn't made comments on, or as far as I've seen in even recent reporting, this is again from November 13th, 3 days ago, seems to still be maintaining the same stance he had in that interaction that we just showed in an unedited verbatim way. So there's things I disagree and agree with him on here, but where to hear that there are hundreds of thousands or projected to be millions of people who didn't vote for Harris because they didn't agree with her wanting to continue policies similar to what Biden has had in place in terms of being anti-Hamas or pro-Israel, is absolutely absurd when you consider the comparison and be like, consider that people who have been even more hardlined in the opposite direction of what some of those individuals claim to be concerned about are being now nominated for positions like Secretary of fucking State. I don't know. Again, I think this goes back to you have a lot of people who I don't think truly understand the impact that voting for the other party, or just not voting at all, considering many elections, even in multiple states, and especially in key swing states, were still won by stadiums full of people. Not half the population in the states. Not even half the voting eligible population in barely any state. Again, we had almost 50 million voting eligible people. We just didn't fucking do it. Didn't do it. So rather than pointing the finger at any ethnicity or minority or majority or group or college versus non-college educated people, like, I'm showing these figures because I think they're important. But instead of pointing the finger at the educated versus non-educated, at Republicans versus Democrats, at any, ethnic group or whatever, I'm instead pointing the finger at the people who fucking sat out, who claim to give a shit or probably benefit significantly from their citizenship in many ways, but don't exercise their most basic duty as a citizen to participate in our electoral process. And if you take offense to that, come at me. Unless you're like literally bedridden, in a fucking coma, or severely like mobility restricted, I don't know what your fucking excuse is. And I'm not saying you had to vote for the things I'm claiming would most likely benefit you, especially if you're even partially mobility restricted or in an area where you have better maybe access to things that don't improve healthcare or education, or have better access to individuals who spread information that might be counter to your interests, or maybe better access to just religious systems instead of actual education systems, since that divide is highly correlated and also unfortunate to see. Some of the areas, without even just unanimous voting, but that, again, cite Trump or generally Republicans who consider their candidates to just be more like Christianly or godlike, is fucking terrifying when you actually look at the track record for many of the people that those Christians actually fucking vote for. Who in many cases, including Trump, aren't even or are admittedly not Christian themselves. I don't fucking know, But to see people, to not phrase it in like a sarcastic way, to see people who openly and knowingly have worse access to education systems and worse healthcare availability and lower qualities of life, voting for individuals who have consistently supported policies which actively will not improve any of those things for them, it doesn't make any fucking sense. It doesn't make any sense. But like I said, I don't want to rally about this too much. We've already talked about this probably for too long. So instead, let's transition to some more Alan Wake. How about that? Oh, there are literally no other people playing this game. We are going to be the only people playing this game. So for anybody who says I'm a narcissist or has recently claimed that I'm just doing this for some kind of like clout or fame or whatever, I'm about to play a game that literally no one else is playing, which is actually kind of wild to me. Alan Wake's American Nightmare. I haven't updated my category yet. There's literally no one else playing this game right now. There were only 4 other people playing the game I was playing last night. Alan Wake Remastered. Yeah, no results found at all. So, call me what you want to call me, but if you think I'm doing this for clout or fame, I wouldn't be playing games that have literally no one else fucking playing them. That does not narcissism make. It is also sad to see that, you know, even with people who have engaged in my chat or who I know I've clashed with on some of these political issues, they tend to leave or tune out once I start talking about politics or start challenging them on some of their things. Or the best they can do, even for those, even if it's not directly politics related, but when I do disagree with them, is like make ad hominem attacks or name call and spew hatred instead of form like actual logical arguments or have actual reasonable conversations. So if you feel like I'm attacking you in saying that, you should probably feel attacked. But feel free to have an actual rational, reasonable, logical conversation with me. Instead of acting like a fucking snowflake. Old Gods of Asgard. Ooh, Barry Wheeler, our publicist.
Becomes hopelessly blurred, and nowhere as vividly as in Night Springs. The man before you is a champion of light. He is part of a conflict between darkness and light that is both ancient and eternal.
Where's his jacket? What's this flannel?
He is chasing a dangerous quarry, the Herald of Darkness. His evil doppelganger, known only as Mr. Scratch.
I'll catch you eventually! Maybe. But what are you gonna do then? By then, I'll have had my hands on everything you love.
Alice! Ooh, I also need to stop this probably. Yeah. Oops. The graphics look a lot better than this.
The man has been brutally spat out from the darkness that surrounds the shores of our realm. He has come to play decisive battle in Night Springs.
Kit, very much appreciate your support, especially as I rant for an hour and a half about some of these things regularly. Okay, I lied about all of the graphics getting better. Some of those look kind of worse, for sure. Happy to be supportive. Well, I mean, I also love that you have challenged me on a few things where either we've disagreed or I've just been outright fucking wrong. That's where I truly feel like these things differ, is when it comes to a lot of this stuff, or even in terms of other people who are actively in chat, or who have been in my chat, or even who, as talking about last night, have called for me to be blocked or banned or whatever. It's like, those individuals tend to shy away or fuck off or, you know, get pissy when they're challenged. Whereas I feel like in a lot of the instances where I'm challenged, if I'm proven wrong, I accept the information that proves me wrong. Or even when,
It's gonna be like that again.
if I'm right, I'm not just like fucking gloating about it. I agree, I like how you've challenged me too. I mean, but that's how it should be. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe, you know, the argument that if you're streaming, oh fuck. If you're streaming, you shouldn't be, you should just be happy all the time and not challenging or being challenged and just like avoiding politics or any type of sensitive conversations. Like, I get why a lot of people recommend that, but I definitely don't align with those views.
In another life, the man was a writer. He still practices that art, forging weapons of war out of ideas. But the violent currents that brought him here have scattered the pages he has written.
My name is Alan Wake, and I'm a writer. I didn't become one overnight. Like most writers, I struggled with it. A short story here, an article there. Then I got lucky and spent a year as a staff writer on the Night Springs TV show. It wasn't the great American novel of my fantasies, but it taught me discipline and craft, and the difference between wanting to be a writer and actually writing.
Okay. I mean, some portions of this do feel more fluid and do seem improved to the first game. But I think this is still like 6 years old relative to Alan Wake 2, which is
the lights of the motel promise
2 years
safety.
old.
The man senses that the solution to his predicament begins there.
Still, I hate
Somewhere
missing
within the
things.
earth, space itself has been pierced, and from dark depths,
Which is why we're starting
runs
this
a
on
steady
nightmare
flow
mode.
of monsters.
Today was exciting in a way I wish days weren't. Our 3-year-old nieces, one of my 3-year-old nieces, had an allergic reaction to a bug bite. Oh my god. Thankfully, she responded to the Benadryl. Going to get her allergy tested? Yeah.
Man recognizes the hand of his evil
yeah.
double in this. He
That's not the
knows
kind of
he is
exciting I would like.
to this madness.
But I also am very fortunate to not only not be allergic to many things, but even the things I was like pretty majorly, I won't say severely, like allergic to when I was younger, like pollen and like dander kind of stuff. I've grown out of. Or like I've even had the allergy panels where they like prick you with all the shit.
Can't stay
like,
here.
not had any super negative responses to, which I didn't know was a thing. I didn't know you could like grow out of allergies. But even when I go camping and stuff now, even in the heat of spring and summer, like I don't have the same kind of like allergic reactions as I did as a kid. Oh shit. I think I want that stuff though, right? It's telling me to run away, but I want that shotgun. Kid broke out in hives all over and was red. Oh my gosh, from a bug
Somewhere
bite?
within the
Was it a
earth,
bee?
Space itself has been pierced.
That's kind of
and from
crazy.
dark
I haven't
depths
heard of many of
runs
those
a steady flow of monsters.
like bug bites unless
the
they're
man
like
recognizes the hand
deathly
of his
allergic to
evil
bees.
double in this.
Fire
he
ants.
knows he must put an end to this madness.
I didn't know people could be deathly. Like I know those suck, and I've been bitten by them myself, but I didn't know people could be like deathly allergic to them. I mean, I guess you can be like deathly allergic to like fucking grass and garlic and shit. So I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. But still, that
Can't
sucks.
stay here now.
I mean, thankfully, I feel like exposure to fire ants isn't super common.
It's a little sad how many problems you can solve with buckshot.
I guess depending on where you live and how often you fuck around in your yard. But I didn't know people were like deathly allergic to those. Bees are what we were worried about. Her dad is allergic to yellow jackets. Fire ants are also a big problem here. Interesting. I mean, I've been in areas where they're present, but I feel like fire ants are also kind of like if you don't step on our mound or fuck with like our habitat, like they don't just like come into your house, even if they're prevalent. Like, I don't know, outside of like toddlers or children who wander aimlessly through yards, even in areas where
the strands
fire
of
ants
webbing
are
glistened in the beam of my flashlight, fine,
regular,
almost
I feel
ethereal.
like
They were fresh
I haven't
and
heard
right
of
in
this
my
being
path.
like a huge problem.
I held my breath and waited, ears straining. Nothing. I moved on, concentrating on the task at hand. Just get what I was looking for, then leave. That's all I keep telling myself. For a moment, I actually thought it might be as simple as that. Then, I heard too many legs skittering across the ground.
Assholes burrowed into one of my large flower pots outside. Well, that sucks. Well, but again, that might be shitty, but like, even for a toddler, like, your toddler shouldn't be fucking digging around in your fucking flower pots. I was moving them last week and pissed them off, got bit a few times. I'm not trying to, actually, I should just shut the fuck up. I'm not trying to be combative. Fire ants are just not something on the order of things that, especially for bugs, I've heard as people like say are like a big issue anywhere. Or again, that I didn't know people had like big allergies to. Alright, I probably have to come back to this area. But I'm glad to hear the kiddos okay, even if they did get hives and turned red. As long as they didn't have any breathing or heart problems. No, you're not combative at all. I mean, I've heard more people, even here in like California, or even like up north, closer to like the sequoias and stuff, I've heard a lot of people have issues with like scorpions, which even in like non-desert areas or mountainous areas like the sequoias, I also didn't know about. Like, I had somebody who moved up towards that area and were giving me recommendations about places to go visit, be like, be wary of scorpions if you don't like fuck with scorpions often. And I went up there and went camping, and lo and behold, I saw 2 fucking scorpions, which, by the way, for anybody who doesn't know, the UV light I mentioned using when I was like looking at places to live, this thing, which may not show up super well. It might show up better when I flash it like behind me and like highlight certain things with the UV. But anyways, apparently scorpions, not apparently, I found this out for real. Scorpions also show up under UV light. And that's like a good way to like detect them. But I had no fucking clue that those were such a huge issue. And I didn't also realize that there are people who are super allergic to them, or like their bites can be like nearly deadly, or actually deadly if you're allergic, but like super problematic even if you're not allergic, which I didn't know until my adult fucking life. Or like a few years ago, really. Scorpions are no fun. Little ones have worse stings. Yeah, venom-wise. Yeah. That's what I heard too. Or I was like, what the fuck? Are you kidding me? And then like I went up there and thought like the area that I was camping in, I literally like Googled some of this stuff and like didn't see any issues with like bears, because that's my bear concern. Or I've shown off my bear vault multiple times. I'm usually more worried about like bears, mountain lions, or like disturbing like actual wildlife, as well as like I like to build fires and like cook, especially like meats and things, like not just baked potatoes and like reheat fucking mountain made pre-ready eat stuff. Like I have a bunch of that, but like when I really go camping, especially if I'm gonna trek the fucking like bear vault out, I'm not just gonna trek the bear vault out to take a bunch of like sealed dehydrated foods. I'm gonna take fucking like eggs, bacon. Like I've even made like takoyaki in fucking campsites and places. So I'm more worried about like literal large creatures or like bears and mountain lions and stuff. But apparently I did not know. This is also why being open to new information and open to like learning things and educational resources, or not just the opinions, but actual facts about certain areas as evidenced by others can be important, because I didn't know that even in like the fucking mountains, scorpions can be a huge problem. Impact of red imported fire ants in the state of Texas is estimated to be 1.2 billion annually. Red imported fire ants are pests of urban, agricultural, and wildlife areas and can pose a serious health threat to plants and animals. That's fucking crazy. I did not know that. Or I know a lot of people. I've been to Texas multiple times myself. Or I mean, I've had like interactions with fire ants, even here in California and in Kansas. Why is this all in Korean? Oh, Texas A&M facility visits South Korea. Don't let fire ants ruin your summer. Take steps this spring. That's crazy. Since 2005, fire ants roam from yard to yard, have no regard for property lines, can produce up to 800 eggs per day, and live up to 2 to 5 years. Fire ant control demonstration to residents is a 2-step treatment. First step involves semi-annual broadcasts of applications of fire ant bait. Second step involves follow-up treatments of mounds or nuisance ant colonies, such as those in sensitive or high. So what about like, this might be a dumb question, but I always thought a good treatment, even for like your garden or like your pots, is just to put down like the like crushed seashell stuff. What is that actually called? Crushed seashells for garden? There's a word for it. Yeah, diatomaceous earth. You nailed it. Can't you just use that? Doesn't that also help with ants? Isn't that like specifically good for like ants and other things? Yeah. Diatomite is actually what I was thinking of. But yeah, diatomaceous earth. Can't you literally just use this for ants? And it's like super cheap too, right? Because that's what this is talking about. In the 2-step treatment. Apparently their link doesn't work. But in like their second step for like building nuisance mounds, I use it on hives, I find. Well, but I'm just saying, like, this can't be like an expensive thing. I'm wondering why this is a $1.5 billion problem. I'm only looking at this off screen because I tend to dox myself every single time I look up shit I can actually buy, since it tries to like give my goddamn address. Yeah, this shit's hella cheap. You can get fucking 5 pounds for $20, or food grade 1 pound for $12. They move the hive, but I thought this killed them, doesn't it? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. I thought it was used as a pesticide, like once they walk on it, they get fucked up. Yeah, it's used as an insecticide because of its abrasive, physicosorptive properties. Fine powder absorbs lipids from the waxy outer layer of exoskeletons of many types of insects, acts as a barrier that resists the loss of water vapor from the insect's body. I don't know. I thought this was good for ants. But if you kill a lot of them, or especially if they're like burrowed into your plants, like if you just put this on the top of your plants, shouldn't their hive just like never be in your plants? Like maybe that's a dumb question. But yeah, it says they're good for eliminating bed bugs, dust mites, cockroaches, ants, and flea infestations. So if they move the hive to like the corner of your yard, who gives a shit if they're not like in your fucking garden? I don't know. I also, isn't there like a figure that says that there's like more ants pound for pound than like any other species on the planet? Or yeah, there's like 22,000 species of ants. I thought I saw something that said like ants are one of the most prolific actual species in existence on the fucking planet. I don't remember where I heard that. Yeah. Myrmecologist E.O. Wilson had estimated in 2009 that at any one time, the total number of ants was between 1 and 10 quadrillion. And using this estimate had suggested the total biomass of all ants in the world was approximately equal to the total biomass of the entire human race. More careful estimates made in 2022, which take into account regional variations, puts the global ant contribution at 12 megatons of dry carbon, which is about 20% of the total human contribution. Okay, so maybe E.O. Wilson wasn't fully correct on that. But greater than that of the wild birds and mammals combined. Wait, we're a mammal, though. So how does that fucking work? Wait, and it says that their conservative estimate of ants is at 20 times 10 to the 15th quadrillion, which is larger than E.O. Wilson's estimate. I might need to look into some of these figures more, but like Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. Astounding ubiquity of ants has prompted many naturalists to contemplate their exact number on Earth, but systematic and empirically derived estimates are lacking. Integrating data from all continents and major biomes, we conservatively estimate 20 to 10 to the 15th, 20 quadrillion ants on Earth with a total biomass of 12 megatons of dry carbon. This exceeds the combined biomass of wild birds and mammals and equals 20% of human biomass. So that is a direct quote, but what the fuck? We are mammals. So how can you lump birds and mammals together, but then say this equals 20% of human biomass? Humans are fucking mammals. Oh, apparently they're differentiating this between... We're apparently not wild mammals. We're cultured mammals. This corresponds to the dry biomass of approximately all dry biomass of wild birds, 25% the dry biomass of all wild mammals, and 3% of total human dry biomass. So apparently humans just aren't wild animals, or wild mammals. Bait insecticide is better at getting rid of them because they take it down into the hive. The diatomaceous earth only affects the ones who come out. Does not go into the mound. Yeah, no, I get that part. Like the bait they carry back and then they like get all like super fucked up and everybody dies because they all like kind of share it as food. But I'm saying even reading through this like two-step process, which you linked to me from Texas A&M, which mentions the 2 steps, one of which being bait. If you're worried about them like biting a child or being in your garden, wouldn't the diatomaceous earth, again, like even if it only affects the ones who come out, I guess I don't understand how it's a $1.5 billion problem if you can buy like a literal entire lawn spreading amount of diatomaceous earth for less than fucking $40. Like then they don't go onto your ground if you just spread that on your ground or in your plant pots and stuff, right? Like it's not bad for your plants. It's effectively like good for soil. And I'm not trying to be an asshole here, but like if you have a problem with ants, why not just like buy fucking 5 or 20 pounds of diatomaceous earth and spread that around your shit, and then they just don't, if they burrow in, they don't have to touch the ground. But how do they bite you if they don't get into your flower pots? I guess is my question. How is it a problem if they're in the ground and not like biting you? Or like if there's extremely effective, where you can buy like 20 pounds or 5 pounds of shit for very reasonable amounts. Disturbing them. I get that part. Yeah, no, I've seen the ant hills and the little piles of them. I grew up in Kansas. I've seen ants. I've seen fire ants. But I've never been bitten by an ant in my garden. And I don't even use diatomaceous earth. But I'm saying, like, I guess the question is, would they be able to exit or build their mound in your pots or near your garden if you covered that area? And this is just a question, again, in diatomaceous earth, right? Like, how do they build their mound in an area they can't walk around? I'll have to look into that. Well, and I've only heard about this from people in the Midwest who like garden. And like, if it is extremely effective, as we just read as a crawling insect killer, not just for ants, but for many other things. Like, again, you can buy, this is like food grade 4 pounds for $24, 20 pounds for $50. Definitely a line of defense that can't. Well, that's my question, true, is like, I get that they may be like extremely invasive, especially in certain areas over the others, but outside of even the traps, which seem like a very good thing, after reading this AgroLife extension, my real question is just like, why not just buy enough, like with that shit, reading about diatomaceous earth, like to just spread your whole yard, or especially like your potted plants or things, like with it. If it's not bad for the plants, it's only bad for the bugs. I do understand that some bugs are also beneficial. Like, I'm a huge spider bro. I have tons of fucking spiders that I let build giant nests, and especially on like my pepper plants, I love to have those because then they keep all the other motherfuckers that try to like eat your shit, or all the pests and bugs that might infest your stuff from fucking up your garden. You have lizards and spiders I don't want to kill? Yeah. They're good for the ecosystem. Spiders are fucking good. I don't like people who just openly kill all spiders. I do understand, especially in Southern California, an area where there are like black widows and brown recluses and things that can cause severe harm to people, even if those often are also very few and far in between cases where even if you see them, it's often, getting bit if you're near a bunch of their eggs and them just trying to literally protect their children, and stuff where they're not usually super aggressive and are more afraid of us than we are of them kind of situations. But like outside of a few things that are like severely venomous or like poisonous, I think it's venom, right? Anything that can cause severe harm to people, I understand if, people are careful about. But the whole like advent and rise of bullshit like pesty, oh my God, this is probably going to try to dox me. But like pesty is something that I had somebody even just like recently tell me about. Like this bullshit, like fuck this. Not only do I not want to spray any of this anywhere near my garden, but like a lot of the stuff that this is meant to prevent are like things that are actually fairly good for your fucking actual garden and stuff. Or like, I'm not trying to kill all the goddamn spiders in my yard because I feel like then I'm just going to get more ants or more, fucking bad things. I don't know. But I had somebody like talk my fucking ear off about pesty when I was talking about gardening, because they're like, oh yeah, like we've eliminated all the bugs from our place. And I was like, oh, well, what? And just let them kind of rant for a long time as I silently judged them. And then in my apparently truly combative way was like, well, I actually like spiders and I'm a spider bro. And like what you're saying sounds pretty fucking horrible. And yeah, the conversation obviously didn't go well. I don't mind the snakes either. I have a don't ask, don't tell policy with them and with spiders. So like I've started to recognize garden snakes, or like I do understand snakes do just creep me the fuck out. Like I'm not going to say I don't have an innate kind of scare response towards spiders. I've learned to overcome. Snakes, those still fucking scare me and like do creep me out because it's hard to tell, especially since there's like non-venomous varieties that like mimic venomous varieties and shit. Like I'm not going to like take a picture and like ask Reddit or like fucking Google that shit in the moment. I'm gonna get away from that fucking snake. Or I also grew up in an area where even near large bodies of water in places like Missouri, people had shotguns and don't ask, no questions, don't Google, whatever, just shoot the snakes. Yeah, copperheads and cottonmouths, especially in like Missouri. Yeah, exactly. Can fuck all the way off. And I'm not even getting into like rattlesnakes or like some of the other, venomous varieties and things that exist here in California and not just places like fucking Missouri. But yeah, I don't love snakes. I get that many of them are also good and aren't harmful, or especially garden snakes. Like if it's black and tiny, like if it's just like if it's not spotted, colored, or like if it's brown or like tan, or again, I'm talking about fucking snakes here. If it's something that looks like even vaguely copperhead or cottonmouth, or obviously like rattlers are different, but if it looks vaguely harmful, fuck that thing. I'm either going in the opposite direction or grabbing a shovel, or again, where I was raised, we grabbed a shotgun. In the last few weeks, there's been a surge in mountain lion sightings. Mind you, I live in a metro area. I mean, the same thing's been happening, not where I directly live, but like northeast LA, especially with a lot of the fires and stuff. And it's sad because it's like they're being deforested. Their homes are being turned into fucking like parking lots and Walmarts and shit. And of course, like now that there's an increase in fires, many of which are, even if not started by people, in more than a half a dozen cases over the last few years, started by fucking like failing infrastructure and fucking power company equipment. Like, I get why people are seeing more of those sightings, and it does suck. Or even when I was talking about camping, like mountain lions and bears are some of my bigger concerns, but it's not like I want to then fucking kill them. I want to like not invade their territory, which is hard to do in places in the Angeles forest or like the sequoias and stuff. Bobcats and coyotes I'm used to. Mountain lion. Yeah, mountain lions and bears are a different fucking animal. Not just literally, but like they'll fuck your shit up. We might think we're good. Or I love seeing like all the fucking surveys too of like broly dudes that are like, list the animals you think you could take in a fight, and they'll list like fucking mountain lions and bears and even like chimpanzees and shit. It's like, dude, you get your fucking face eaten and your arms ripped off. I don't give a shit if you can bench like 400 and squat like 800. Or like if you're one of the best UFC fighters on the planet, you put one of those people, or same thing, even sadly, not to, you know, trigger people after the recent fucking Tyson Paul fight, but like even Tyson at one point said that he'd fight a fucking gorilla. Like, bro, you die. You literally you just die. Yeah, you just fucking die. Chimps? Oh, hell no. Well, and there's also like the whole like young earth creationist group of people that say the same shit. They're like, oh, well, if we evolved, you know, from a common ancestor related to chimps, then like, why are they still dangerous to us? A, you clearly don't understand how the whole common ancestor part worked and like divergent evolution, but we obviously are more adept at using tools than many chimps are, even if chimps can be taught how to use tools.
This isn't gonna be good.
I don't know, anyways, I'm not gonna go down that whole track because I've had that conversation too many times.
How can you tell?
They'll rip your face off and eat your face.
I'm sorry, I'm not very good with gadgets. That's more like it.
What the fuck is this shit?
I'll be right with you. I just gotta do this one thing. I like it quiet. I bet you're wondering why this is happening. Why am I doing all this? Why am I so hell-bent on ruining your life? You're cramping my style. You've got money, fame, everything you could want. But you don't know what to do with it. I do. I'm getting all the things you never had the balls to go for. Having more fun, too. Do you know the real difference between us? I'm not afraid to be the center of attention.
I remember when I saw the polar bear and grizzly bear at the St. Louis Zoo. Dear Lord, they're huge.
Get some information out of them earlier.
Yeah, polar bears will also eat your face and fuck your shit up.
This is just for kicks.
What the fuck is happening?
So quiet.
Are we, like, actually having a psychotic break? Are we actually, like, schizophrenic? Or have, like, dissociative personality disorder, and we're both the person running around watching these things and the person recording these things? Because if that ends up being the case, not only will that make me very sad, but what animal could I take in a fight? Probably not even a house cat. Oh, I could take a house cat. I could take a fucking, like, pit bull. Even, like, a large bred to fight, like, you know, other dogs. Not saying it wouldn't potentially, like, fuck me up, or I might not need, like, a lot of stitches and antibiotics after that fight. But if you start actually, like, life-threatening situation, don't give a shit about the animal, and don't mind, like, punting it and, like, kicking it as hard as possible, or just, like, people's elbowing it in the fucking skull as many times as you can. Like, that's where a lot of people are like, oh, no, don't, no, bad doggy, bad kitty. No, just elbow that thing in the fucking skull. Stick your finger up its butt and then fucking elbow it in the skull. You've got 2 arms. Most people do. You know, like, fuck that thing up. But could I take a gorilla or a fucking chimp? Or, like, a mountain lion? I mean, even bobcat, like, I don't know. Okay, to save my kids, I could fuck it up? No, to save yourself, Kit! That's what we're talking about here! I get that there's, like, that whole maternal instinct, and, like, there's all kinds of studies that also show, like, you know, I believe the reports of, like, you truly don't understand love, or, like, you know, self-sacrifice, or the adrenaline that you might receive if you ever have to try to save a child, because it's like a biological response. I totally fucking get that. Your body goes into some kind of, like, mode that I don't, like, as much as I say I totally fucking get, I get that I totally don't fucking get. But it's one of those things that's like, you know, we also have the capacity to do that for ourselves. We just lock it away because apparently we're not, as with even reading that goddamn Texas A&M quote, not a wild mammal. We're a non-wild mammal. Fucking fuck out of here with our specialism. We're still genetically related to chimps and have the ability to go fucking ham even if a child isn't in the mix. Children are just an easy trigger. I'm a marshmallow, all warm hugs. I mean, I don't know. Oh, I need manuscript pages to unlock this fucking snakeskin chest? That's dumb. But yeah, I would also probably try to befriend a house cat or a dog before, you know, giving it the fucking people's elbow. But if that thing starts to bite at me, fuck out of here. Time to get punted. And if the punting only angers it more, time to get people's elbowed. I know nothing about these games. I know nothing about this game either. I just played the first game, or finished the first game yesterday, and somebody told me that this was kind of like an extension of the first game.
I know that when I arrive, the clarity of vision I have now may disappear.
But this is all new to me.
I made my plans. I prepared for this. But I know the transition from the dark place will be hard on me. And not just physically. It may affect my mind, my memory. These pages should help me remember and focus. That's worked for me before. Even if that fails, I think I will be able to trust my instincts. I'm navigating my own story. I'm hoping I'll know where to go and what to do, even if the details elude me.
So apparently we still have memory problems, even if we seem to, like, remember everything. Kind of reminds me of The Dark Half by Stephen King. So there's a lot of Stephen King references to this. Like, they mentioned a lot of those in the first one. The last one even started with a quote from Stephen King. But it's obviously like a play on a lot of the horror tropes with, like, a writer who has amnesia and who's lost their wife.
I guess it's about time I went full auto.
Could be the whole author angle reminding me of it. No, I think that's exactly what it is. We are playing as the author of this story who doesn't remember writing this story. And who also, from that last video we just saw, where said it's like a dark version of ourselves, potentially quite literally also just us. How do I get in here? What the fuck? And that's what I said. If this ends up just being us having like dissociative identity disorder, like schizophrenia, and being the actual bad guy, I'm going to be pissed. Do I have a parasitic twin in your brain?
Hey,
I'll have to find out.
It's you.
Who are you?
There. You remember me, right? Emma? Emma Sloan?
I think you might have something.
That also looks like, what's the car? What's the car story from Stephen King? It's not Carrie. There's a whole car story where the car is like evil and becomes like alive. What is that actually? What is the name of that fucking story?
That belongs to me.
Really?
Christine!
Typewritten page?
Oh, yeah, that's weird.
Doesn't that look like that car?
I did find a page like that. I don't even know where it came from. It was all this weird stuff about the oil derrick and a satellite.
Yes, that's what I'm looking for.
Oh, well, I don't know how you knew I had it, but I guess it's yours. Listen,
I don't know. How do you know
what's
me?
this all about? There are these really creepy guys hanging around the oil derricks. There's something really weird about them.
They're dangerous. I'm gonna deal with them. Try to stay out of their sight, okay? And stay in the light. They hate the light.
We haven't actually met before.
Just to be clear, you should know that we haven't actually met before.
Sure we have, Mr. Wake. Remember you stayed at the motel here.
What the fuck?
The guy you're talking about just looks like me, even if he uses my name. He's behind all this trouble.
Okay.
I thought,
We clearly...
Now that you mention it, I guess your aura looks a lot nicer than his, actually. I'm
aura?
very sensitive to things like that.
I don't think there is a evil twin.
There's a bunch of stuff I
think
need
it's
to find.
just us.
The things mentioned on that page? Well, there's a lot of old crap lying around this place.
Great, thanks.
I think you should be able to find everything, except the satellite, obviously. Are you gonna tell me what this is?
I don't think that'd go over too well.
Why don't you let me be the judge of that?
Fine. The page is a formula for rewriting reality. Either I use it to close a strange portal to a place that isn't in our world, or shadowy serial killer monster things keep pouring out of there.
Yeah, you were right the first time.
Yeah, I also don't... Yeah, if it's... I don't think it is going to be just a dream hallucination, though.
You can think what you want about me, but there's still bad guys around. Be careful.
Well, you might be nuts, but I've seen the way they move, the way they look. I'll buy that.
They're called Taken. They aren't really human. Not anymore.
And they're climbing out of the oil well? What, do they have secret...
Hold on. How the fuck... Why are there not subtitles? There's literally... the whole thing.
Quarters down there, or...
No, that's just where the point of connection is. It's a hole that leads to... well, it's a really nasty place. That's why I need to close it.
And the guy who looks like you opened it, because he was hanging around the oil field before.
He gets around, unfortunately.
Hello, cutie pie. Thanks for helping me. Oops.
Thanks for helping me.
Oh, I wish I thought you were just a nutcase.
I can only think of one
Actually,
movie
I
that did
kind
that
of
well.
expected you to.
Me too. But I feel like this is how
Inception?
it's supposed to go. Isn't that weird?
Not really. I get that a lot in my line of work.
What do you do anyway?
I'm a writer.
Obviously.
What was that you said about my aura?
Oh, I'm very spiritual, you know. I can see auras.
Never actually
but
watched
I only use
Inception.
it for healing and
What's the
helping
movie you're
people.
thinking of?
I'm like a wise woman, you know. I give people insight and advice.
Well, I'm glad that me
just because
walking
I
in
say
here
crazy
spouting
things
crazy
doesn't
shit
mean I
and
believe
holding a
everything.
fucking Tech
Don't
9
be like that. Maybe you should take a
fully
few crystals
auto
with you if you're going out
SMG
there.
with us
It might be
gives
dangerous.
us a positive
they soothe
aura.
your energies and focus your mind. It's
Crystals?
fantastic.
And they help me take out the bad guys?
Oh, well, no, not as such.
Yeah,
Identity? I
okay.
have seen that
I
too.
think I'm...
Or I have some
Also a good
wonderfully
movie.
potent herbal detox suppositories.
Yeah, I'm good.
Or what? Fucking suppositories? What was the movie with Adrian Brody where he was like put in that like morgue movie? The Jacket. That was also a good movie. I liked. That was kind of in the same vein. Anyways.
I'm good.
Okay. The Identity also involved like a motel and like a gas station, kind of small town
the champion
vibe
of
thing.
light recognizes the page he got from the woman. It is a weapon of his own design, custom engineered to destroy the dark portal. If he recreates
Do I
the
have
conditions
Netflix?
of the page,
Watch Don't
a
Move
great
tonight?
power
I do have
will be
Netflix.
unleashed.
I mean, I watched the fucking Paul Tyson fight last night with a friend because I had Netflix and they didn't. I mean, that's not the full reason we hung out, but I think it was obviously part of it. But yeah, I haven't seen Don't Move. I don't know what that is. I can add it to my watch list, though. Mini map at the top left. Yeah, we already know all this.
Well, here you are, about to enjoy another cool Arizona night with me, Eddie Rodman, the host with the boast. Hey, any of you guys remember Old Gods of Asgard? Man, I actually saw them twice back in the 70s. I was just a kid then, but my dad worked at this club, and he'd sneak me in to see bands all the time. You know how it is. Talk about an education. Anyway, great band, couple of great albums, solid fan base, and then they kind of dropped off the face of the earth. Well, now, almost 4 decades later, they're making a comeback. And let me tell you, these boys have seen a lot of road. There's some serious rock and roll veterans. Because they weren't too young even back in the day.
Fight and hide
now
before
I've got
body
Odin and
completely
Tor
shuts
Anderson,
down.
two of the
What the fuck
original
is that?
Old Gods, in the studio with me, along with their manager, Barry Wheeler. Nice to have you guys here.
Oh, hey, it's great to be here, Eddie.
Hello! Now, boys,
Thomas Harris.
let me just come out and say this, all right? Spring chickens, you ain't.
I have not
I
seen
mean,
that.
you guys, you make the Stones look young.
You're only as old as you feel.
Who you calling old?
Didn't they
My last
murder
album was 1978
one of the fucking
in the Valley of My Shadow.
hospital
And then
attendants?
they stopped playing altogether after that.
Even if those
Why?
people were shady,
And what
how are
made
they
you
not
do a
in jail?
comeback after all this time?
Well, it was a sad thing. See, the original bass player for Old Gods, Fat Bob Balder, passed away in...
Leukemia! Bob had leukemia, poor bastard. Yeah, after that, we didn't feel like playing no more.
Long story short, I ran into these guys up in Washington, and it was obvious to me that they still got it. So I figured, hey, let's make some music, right?
Oh,
We went
that's
for
our
it.
publisher!
Now, Barry, you were a literary agent before this, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and you were very successful. You represented Alan Wake.
Now we know
who
what happened.
Disappeared under mysterious...
Yeah, that's... Hey, I just want to talk about Old Gods tonight. Is that cool? Can we do that?
Oh, yeah, sure. Listen, why don't we take a little break, and then later on in the program, we'll hear the new Old God single. Stay tuned, folks.
Well, at least Barry landed on his feet.
Somehow got those dude out of fucking legal trouble. That would have likely easily resulted in them being charged with murder. Potato, potato. Alright, the star is moving the fastest, so I'm guessing it's the closest. We already watched this.
Oh, wait. Wait. Whoa!
I'd still love to have a fucking melee weapon.
That's one thing down.
It's crazy I can't just like beat them over the head with my flashlight still. Ooh, Magnum requires 10 manuscript pages. Maybe playing this on Nightmare wasn't the best idea. Because it seems like a lot of the stuff from the previous one...
That's 2. Just 1 more to go.
...doesn't actually apply. Like, I can't break their shit if I'm not, like, doing the, whatever, enhanced flashlight stuff on them. Like, I can't just use the basic flashlight on them, which worked. That was a key part of me getting out of bullshit last time.
Tears itself in two to avoid the hated light. It becomes weaker, but more numerous. Such is the arithmetic of horror.
Almost out of ammo.
That was just messed up.
Fuck yeah, we can get a carbine now?
Something tells me I'm really gonna... That's everything.
Hell yeah, dude.
The man has found the battery, but it is empty. It will need to be recharged.
Talk to Emma about recharging the battery. I need a lot more pages, too. Ooh, there's one right there.
The reality we take for granted is softer, more adaptable than we think. Under correct conditions, you can reshape it, turn it into almost anything you want. When it happens, almost nobody notices. It's not that we forget, it's that after the change, there's nothing to remember. Only those who have been directly touched by the powers that can shift reality are aware of the changes.
All right, Alan, you're starting to sound
Many
a
are
little
driven
fucking
mad by
wild
it.
here.
Others
Yeah.
can cope. I'm one of those people. And I know how to wield that power to rewrite reality.
Are you, though? Are you coping in a healthy manner, my friend? It's not seem to be the case. I'm guessing that's the game telling me I've reached... There's no map either. Edge of where I'm supposed to be. But in order to get the Magnum, we need 10 pages, I think it said. We also don't have any of the stuff that appears with the flashlight. It's like, fuck the light, or like, fuck the darkness, I guess. View the light. Oh, bro, what? The fuck did you... What the fuck? Stop. No, no. It's not what I want. Get dodged, bitch! Alright, I'm figuring this out. It's going slower than I'd planned, but I think we've got the basics. Can I drive this? Emma! My battery's drained, babe.
I need this battery charged.
No problem.
Charge it up.
Here you go.
Thanks. Listen, I don't know what's gonna happen exactly when I do this. My memory's a little hazy.
I don't even know what that means.
All I'm saying is you don't want to come anywhere near the oil field, all right? This thing could get out of hand.
In the middle of highly flammable materials. Great.
I'll do my best to contain it.
Just please don't turn out to be some kind of crazy terrorist guy, okay?
Okay, I'm gonna go now. Wish me luck.
Wait a sec, I want to ask you about something first. What did you mean with that my memory's a little hazy thing?
I had a pretty rough time coming here. It was like being caught in a tsunami. I blacked out for a while. It's hard to explain. There's a barrier of sorts that I had to break through. I was lucky to make it here with my wits as intact as they are.
So you might have brain damage, you're about to do great things with a magic piece of paper, and you came here from another dimension?
Yep.
No, I'm from New York. I was just visiting another dimension.
Oh, yeah, okay. My bad.
Alright, at least she's sane. I like her. Remember to restock at the ammo box. No. Wait, what ammo box? Oh, right here. Oh, okay. That's cool. That's new. New mechanic. There has to be a way to get into this thing. Maybe it gets unlocked at a later time for some story thing.
Mr. is a twisted copy of me, powerful and dangerous. But I know I can fight him. I don't think anybody else can. They don't understand what he is, what he represents, or that all the horrible things he does here are almost insignificant compared to what he will unleash on Earth given the chance. But I've survived the dark place, and it has taught me things. How to cope, how to stay sane when the world goes crazy. He's 2 steps ahead of me, but I can find him. And I believe I can stop him.
That doesn't sound super certain. Ad break! Oh fuck, we are already 2 hours. Shit, time's flying by. Alright, well I guess I'll go pee now. Wow, is it just now telling me about how to dodge attacks when we've been doing that? Let's find the kitty too. Ooh, I see kind of a tiny paw. Is that a tiny paw? See on the bed just off to the side? Here, we'll add some holiday cheer back into this world. gonna go pee. I will be right back. Alright, so maybe this isn't the best one to play on fucking repeat. You can get a little repetitive pretty fast, I guess. But we spent a lot of time petting the kitty, as you probably saw. So if you're wondering why, it took us a little longer than the break. It's because we were giving Jacksonian the pets they deserved. Okay. let's see if we can continue this fun. I think we can. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. There we go. Had to reset so that we could do this. Since I changed the camera. Looks good though. We also have these before we transition away. Ready to snuggle my pets? We go home in the morning? Hell yeah. Well, I appreciate you hanging out. Enjoy the snuggling. Feel free to lurk or continue popping in if you'd like to hang out later. But appreciate you hanging out for as long as you have. Why don't I have game audio? Oh, because it's trying to teach me about things we've already been doing. Appreciate you providing my insomniac self with entertainment. If nothing else, that is what I hope to continue being able to do for the foreseeable future. Hope you have a good night. But yeah, feel free to lurk, or especially if the insomnia persists, you're always welcome. Fuck, do these just continue to respawn? Oh, I did also kill the... Yeah, I did kill. This doesn't have a borderless mode, which is rough. I might not have enough ammo to do this. Oh, we might not have enough ammo to do this the way I want. Oh, I guess I can use this too. We have to be getting close to 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
At the
6.
oil derrick, the wheel had been jammed in place and turned until the oil gurgled and flowed thick and flammable. The warning lights were blinking in a fast rhythm, bright and steady, powered by the battery. The Kasabian CD was playing in the boombox, all distorted guitars and intense beat. High above, some piece of orbital junk or another collided with the satellite, knocking it radically off course. Trailing debris, it screamed down from the skies at an impossibly steep angle. All that high-tech engineering reduced to nothing more than a bullet that would destroy whatever it hit.
This is a problem for things in low Earth orbit. Even some SpaceX satellites have already killed goats and shit. Or a cow. I think it was the last thing I'd read. That's what happens when you hope that just the atmosphere is going to burn shit up deorbiting. Ah! timing is decreased for nightmare mode. Oh no, I'm in a rock! I'm stuck in a fucking... Where am I? How do I get out of here? Alright, I didn't mean to do that. Walking backwards and eating olives. Probably not recommended while in nightmare mode.
Time to make some serious changes.
The wheel was in place, the oil was flowing, the battery was attached, the lights were blinking, the CD was playing in the boombox. Okay. Put the CD in. Oil flowing. Attach the battery. Satellite just get hit by an asteroid? Rewrote reality and brought down the satellite. What the fuck? All right, we're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We do not have enough for the next weapon thing. Also, yeah, we're in fucking Arizona? We were in Washington last time? And we're from New York? We're all over the fucking map. Hello, darkness, my old friends.
I'm here! Just keep your head down!
I've come to fuck you up again. With my hunting rifle, I will shoot.
Yeah, I think I noticed.
I just need him to group up. Boop, dodged. Boop, dodged. Ooh. One-shot kill? That's fucked. Okay. I don't know what that is. Well, let's catch it. Oops, I'm wasting ammo. Maybe I get more ammo first. Yeah, there we go.
I'm here! Keep your head down!
That's not gonna help.
Yeah, I think I noticed. Good.
What the hell was that?
Easy. I got
Ghosts.
him. You're safe. I need you to tell me what you know about him. The guy who looks like me.
There was a party in one of the rooms. It was pretty wild. I'm not sure which room it was in.
You didn't attend.
No, I wasn't there. But it got way out of hand. Anyway, I heard that he went to the diner and there was a fight there or something. Maybe you could find out more from there. I got some keys that you could maybe use.
Fuck yeah.
You just happen to have the keys, huh? Fine. I'll take a look. Stay here.
Like hell. I'm getting out of here as soon as you leave so I could close up this place and go home.
Emma, you really want to stay here in the light?
Yeah,
Trust
thanks
me.
for the advice, but I'm not
I met a woman who
sticking
did
around.
this for like
Just
a
go
decade.
already, okay?
Are you okay?
Are you okay?
I guess. Thanks for the help. Were those what do you call them? The Taken? What are they?
It's complicated.
They're
Short
like
version,
ghosts.
the darkness can take people over. That's why I had to destroy the oil derrick. Otherwise, they would have overrun the place.
Wow, I didn't think you'd actually do it. I mean, I didn't think it'd work. That's crazy.
Let me just try one more time at the risk of sounding like a broken record. It's bad out there. I don't want you hurt. You should stay put.
Yeah, while you turn this place into an inferno, run around shooting things up and play some kind of weird games with your psycho evil twin. Don't get me wrong, you're nice for a weirdo. I'm impressed as hell by all of this, but enough is enough. I seriously just want to get out of here, okay?
Baby, it's bad outside. Exploit the Dinorino. Uh-oh. Hold on one second. Where'd the cat go? Oh, he's just in the corner. Fuck. Fuck. Well, we'll adjust the camera later. He's still kind of visible. better than nothing. Nothing.
A poltergeist. Its existence is one of rage and hostility, and its very presence turns ordinary objects into deadly projectiles.
Oh, not when I have a flashlight. Come at me, object. Oh, it instant kills me. A poltergeist? What's up, dead game? Oh, fuck. I have to ask all these questions again.
I guess.
I'm playing this on nightmare mode, too, by the way.
Were those the...
Apparently I can get one shot with a nail gun?
It's complicated. Short version, the darkness can take people over. That's why I had to destroy the oil derrick. Otherwise, they would have overrun the place.
Wow, I didn't think you'd
more
actually
Stephen
do
King
it.
references.
I mean, I didn't think it'd work. That's
Christine,
crazy.
the car right here.
Let me just try one more time at the risk of sounding like a broken record. It's bad out there. I don't want you hurt. You should stay put.
Baby, it's bad outside. Hey, buddy. I've been here lurking. Got our son to sleep, then did an hour on the treadmill. Lifted, showered, got food, now I'm all yours? Lies. Aren't you modding for another channel that's also live? No, I appreciate you hanging out. And for lurking through all of that. That's a lot of shit to do.
A poltergeist. Its existence is one of rage and hostility, and its very presence turns ordinary objects into deadly projectiles.
I feel like extension of the story from yesterday, so I am glad I am playing this. Goals! Don't you fucking one-shot me! Oh, god damn it. I'm gonna die! Only mod for Duder?
Are you okay?
I guess. Thanks for the help. Were those the... What'd you
I'm
call
also
them? The
glad.
Taken? What are they?
Yeah, that's like the Twilight Zone guy.
Short version, the darkness can take
Lots of
people
more
over.
Stephen King
That's why I
references.
had to destroy the oil derrick. Otherwise, they would have overrun the place.
Oh, I didn't think you'd actually do it. I mean, I didn't...
Yeah, some of the
think
stuff
it'd
is
work.
definitely harder on Nightmare.
That's crazy.
Which makes sense. Just a big dude trying to get less big.
Let me just try one more time at the risk of sounding like a broken record. It's bad out there. I don't want you
we all?
hurt. You should stay put.
Yeah, while you
I
turn
guess
this
not.
place
I
into
guess
an
there are a lot of
inferno,
people trying
run
to
around
get
shooting
bigger.
things up and play some kind of weird games with your psycho evil twin. Don't get me wrong, you're nice for a weirdo. I'm impressed as hell by all of this, but enough is enough. I seriously just want to get out of here, okay?
Okay. Can I have this car? Ooh, can I get more nails? Can. Fuck yeah. Should have done that last time. I only have 2 flares though. So fucking this poltergeist shit up. It's gonna be... I need to be more strategic with my battery and flashlight and flare use on this difficulty.
A poltergeist. Its existence is one of rage and hostility.
My thought last time was if I stood behind the railing,
ordinary
it wouldn't be able to jump over the railing.
deadly
Kind of like how we
projectiles.
cheesed some of the other shit in the last game behind like little tables and counters and stuff. Yeah, just pointing the flashlight at stuff doesn't seem to be useful. We already got it small. Alright, we only almost died. Been working on shedding some fluff as well. Maybe I should start doing yoga streams. It would help me get back into the practice of it. I still stretch and shit, but I'm not as active as I have been. Maybe that's a good way to be motivated about it. Fucking hold me accountable. Not to just post a picture on Facebook or Instagram or Twitter or Blue Sky or whatever saying I did it, but to show that I did it. It's a journey for sure. Dad life makes it difficult. Man, when I find time, I go hard and then I regret it the next day. Prepping for throwing that baby 10 feet in the air.
The scene. Traces of violence. A callous midnight snack. A room key left carelessly behind.
It's a lot of room keys.
The man recognizes the enemy's handiwork.
Listen, baby, I ain't a young man anymore. I'm not a young man. I
Satellite and now this?
Empathize as far as
that place might be involved.
Aging goes. Do not have a child. We can be old boys together. I would like to have a kid. My problem is finding somebody who will tolerate me playing video games for 7 to 12 hours, 6 to 7 days per week. It wants to raise a kid under those conditions. Kids are fun mostly. Fuck out of here. I get that you like love them unconditionally because like dopamine and serotonin and like your entire biological response, like mammalian protection shit, as we were talking about earlier, makes you love them unconditionally. But I'm old enough to now know many people with kids even into their teens, and it ain't all fucking sunshine and rainbows. Or I've started hearing even from the non-baby and toddler and like grade school havers that, you know, once they hit high school and shit, the perspective shifts from even like, I just love them so much and like I can't describe how much, you know, they mean to me, to like, bro, you're so fucking lucky you don't have to fucking deal with the shit. Fucking I had to listen to some bullshit about some drama about some fucking people, and like then they go off into tangents about like social cliques I know nothing about, and like high school drama related to those social cliques that I have no interest in learning anything about, but I play along because like I'm not a piece of shit. It's like, god damn it, man, this sounds horrible. For our daughter's 4 and our son's 2, I do love them unconditionally, but like
Emma Sloan was a believer.
They're 4 and 2 too. Like again, yeah, 19-year-old son makes me want to scream into the void. But yeah, like I have friends that have like teenagers, and it's like the unconditional love comments. Uh-oh.
Emma Sloan, an innocent victim of his dark path. More collateral damage.
Did we attack her?
In the ongoing war. Damned by forces beyond her control, as much as by her own.
I'd still like to have her. Alright, maybe this wasn't a better choice. This doesn't seem to be killing anything. Yeah, I feel like the entire vibe from people I know who have kids shifted after they like turned 10 or 12, or like left fucking like basic elementary school grades, and it turned into like, let me trauma dump on you about these things that I told you like I previously loved unconditionally. I'm not saying they don't still do that, but like it definitely doesn't sound as fun anymore. Fuck, I'm gonna die. 12-year-old daughter is on Disney princess level of drama. Like, I mean, like, trying to marry somebody who made out with them when they were sleeping, or like some person who like fell in love with them when they couldn't talk, or like trying to run away with somebody who looks like fucking Gaston. Which kind of Disney princess, I must know? None of it seems rational or reasonable. I do have to say, using the nail gun is a lot more rewarding. Oh god, fucking splitters. Exactly. Rational and responsible left the chat? Yeah. That's where I tend to have a hard time relating. I obviously wasn't the most rational and responsible teenager myself. But a lot of the arguments and fights I had with my parents and people were more about like fucking Jesus and like religion and shit like that. So I can't even imagine what will be inflicted upon me if those aren't even the level of like irrational conversations I'm having. I saw a paper. Where's the paper at? Oh, unlock. I'm an idiot.
My own face peered back at me from the TV screen. For a moment, I struggled with the sensation of déjà vu. How many times have I seen myself like this now? And then there was that easy grin that never seemed quite as quick or natural on my own lips. The dark, malicious twinkle in the eyes. And I knew who I was looking at. As he pulled back and revealed the room behind him, my throat went dry. There was nothing I could do but watch.
Then in the middle, my 16-year-old daughter, who most days feels like she is closer to 30 in maturity-wise. Oh, well, that's cool. But you said most days. What about those other days? I also don't fault the people who do confide in me with their I don't always love my kids moments. Or like, I love my kids, but I don't love my kids in these kinds of instances, moments. I don't mind being a sounding board for some of that nonsense. Even if I don't know what the fuck to say other than like, yeah, that sounds fucking wild. Sounds pretty horrible.
Damn.
Dead.
Michael Farabee. Dead. Tortured. Dressed in clothes that bore the name
There's
of a
other
local
days I want to throw
observatory.
snacks and holy water at her from afar.
But solid enough. It stirs something deep in his mind. He knows where to go now.
My wife. Sounds like my wife. Yeah, that's the other thing too. I now have friends who have had like 3 kids, and like hearing even the stories of like,
hot on the heels of the Herald of Darkness.
You think you know someone and love someone until like
see the stars.
The fucking hormones get to them on their 3rd pregnancy and they turn into a fucking creature from the 5th dimension. It's like, I don't know what to say to that either.
An observatory. A place for a man to witness the magnificence of the universe. But such insights are not what the champion of light...
Uh-oh. Is this game crashing? It froze. Am I still alive? Ooh, okay. Bye, game. We were having a good time. No, I don't even get a fucking crash report? Ooh, that's not good. Yeah, my stream seems fine. Bye, game. I mean, it just like literally started crashing. It hasn't been like jittery or anything this whole time, right? Yeah, no, this looks perfect. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 1, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4, 5, 5. Sound check. Mic check. Everything looks good. Besides the fucking game, apparently. It's like a cutscene, too. I'm not even playing. I am playing this in the highest graphics quality possible, so let me know if it does get, like, choppy or whatever.
An observatory. A place for a man to witness the magnificence of the universe. But such insights are not what the champion of light is looking for. He has come to find a weapon.
Oh, I drove here? Man, we really are missing time, huh? I was super chill during pregnancy. When are you throwing up nonstop? Everything else doesn't seem so bad, okay? Are you sure your perspective isn't potentially biased by the blocking everything out because you're throwing up and like the hormones and stuff too? Because I've heard from multiple friends. I'm not saying that they also don't get like, that the dudes don't get shitty, but as a dude, a lot of my friends who have gone through especially multiple children birthings, or especially, I don't want to call anyone out in particular, but talking to one in particular was like, stuff was pretty relatively not crazy for our first two kids, but we had our third kid, or like while we were having our third kid, shit turned fucking dark, or like sounded like, again, like they said, like fucking hormones got to the other party and shit turned like hateful. It's like, I literally don't know what to say to this, but congrats on
welcome back, listeners.
Bacon.
As you know, I'm Eddie Rodman.
Another
and I'm
cake.
Still talking to old gods of Asgard who are doing their big comeback tour. How's that been going for you, Odin?
Splendid! I'm having the time of my life.
Another bun?
You know, I didn't realize how much I'd missed that.
And what about you, Tor?
It's okay, you know.
Well, this must bring back a lot of
I also totally get that, like,
oh, yeah. It's wonderful.
with any pregnancy, shit can go completely crazy.
Like
hormones can be completely dysregulated.
Well, speaking of that,
so I don't want to make anybody feel
age thing, but I gotta
personally
tell you, I've
responsible
heard your
for
new
that
songs,
shit.
guys, and you sound really good.
Thank you.
And this may be a touchy subject, but to be blunt, you really don't sound, well, old. I mean the difference between your speaking voice and your singing
My
voice.
husband said his complaint was I would get stuck on a safe meal, and it was all we ate for weeks. Oh, I've also heard the like, bro, it wasn't just like ice cream. It was like pistachio ice cream from Trader Joe's, and I was asked to drive there at a time that like Trader Joe's wasn't open, and like it couldn't be from Ralph's, couldn't be from like Hy-Vee, couldn't be from like anywhere else. It had to be this specific fucking thing from like a fucking grocery store that wasn't fucking open, and I was the bad person because the fucking place wasn't open.
You see the old gods for real.
When I say I've had friends trauma dump on some of this stuff, like,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I've heard about not just pregnancy cravings, but some of the things where it's like, apparently I was the bad guy at like 2 o'clock in the fucking morning because goddamn Trader Joe's wasn't open and didn't have this fucking very specific thing available at a time that the entire goddamn store was closed. Luckily, my wife didn't go through any of that shit with either. Straight beast moded through both. Well, that's fucking wild, Dead Game. Because I've heard about the craving stuff from multiple people too. And I've also heard it like extend from like, we don't eat lots of like cheese or dairy, but like my wife wanted lots of fucking like cottage cheese or like specific kinds of cheese and shit too. Oh, we heard too, but she didn't really have anything. That's crazy. I mean, that's good. Maybe your third, if you have one, might change everything, and you'll be like my other friend who said shit was chill for the first two, but the third blew everything off the fucking rails. Don't count yourself out just yet. I've heard all the horror stories. They're not all horror stories. In fact, like, they're usually also couched or like sheathed, condomed in a like, but it's the most amazing thing you'll ever experience. After trauma dumping for a full hour. Don't you put that shit in the air, you take it back. I'm telling you the experiences I have been a sounding board for. I obviously haven't gone through this shit, which you can judge me for. I get regularly judged for this shit all the time. Or like, I know my mom would really love to be a grandma, but as I always say to them, like, A, you're fucking lucky you're not already a grandma, and B, I would prefer, if I am going to have a child or multiple children, for it to be with somebody who does accept me for who I am, you know? As you all can see, I am a person who spends the hours of, 7:30 or 8:30 to sometimes 4 o'clock in the morning playing fucking video games, and that shit doesn't fly with many people, especially once you pass the threshold of 30 years old. Straight up. Like, if I could filter by that on, like, Hinge or Bumble or Tinder or something, my life would be significantly easier, because I can't tell you how many first dates I've went on where I'm like, okay, I like all kinds of different sex stuff, like, I'm into sex toys, like, I'm pretty explorative, and I would consider myself on the, like, far end of the exploratory spectrum, but outside of that, I'm also a huge fucking nerd. My literal job profession on dating apps is professional nerd. And I do that intentionally so that when people are like, what does professional nerd mean? It's like, it means I like fucking video games and reading and listening to audiobooks and respect private time in a way that I don't think, even if you say that sounds chill, you're actually most likely going to be chill with, given my historical experience. Ooh, no, pregnancy was awful. It's keeping a pet parasite? It is, yeah. Once a baby is out, I'm great. We're not allowed to say that anymore? Yeah, we are. The childless are not allowed to say that. Well, you realize it's essentially a parasite that's feeding off of you and stealing your resources, and if you're talking about feeling like shit, it's not a fucking surprise. Anyways. They can find me. Sex toys are co-stars. We all work together. Yeah. I mean, I've also been judged by people literally in the last 3 weeks for some of my openness regarding some of that too, which is also sad. If I can read it verbatim, because I want to make sure I'm being verbatim about some of these things so that I don't get called out for potentially misquoting anyone either. I had someone literally text me. Oh my God. There's a bunch of horrible shit in here. Fuck yourself. And I don't mean the butt plugs you love, you fucking weirdo, is literally the fucking text that I received less than 3 weeks ago. 14, almost exactly 2 weeks ago. Yeah. And to be clear, I love many more things than those. And even many of the contexts in which I had discussed those things being used with the other person was with other people besides myself. But as discussed yesterday, some people like to just latch onto shit and be hateful instead of actually being able to have rational, reasonable conversations. You know, everybody has a capacity for being lovely and being
Hello? I'm Dr. Rachel
extremely
Meadows,
off-putting.
and wait a moment, it's you. I can't believe you dare show your face around here again.
My girls are almost definitely going to have hyperemus gravidarium like I did. My youngest currently wants no children because of it. Older girl would consider surrogacy. Yeah, I remember you talking about that before, and I had to even look up, or we talked about like what some of that was. But yeah, I mean, I've even thought about the surrogacy thing. In fact, I've dated 2 people who've even had like their eggs frozen. You know, obviously, again, being in my 30s, or dating people in their 30s too. Like, it's something that, especially like for one of them, their work like sponsored all of it, and they didn't have to pay anything out of pocket. The other one, they didn't have any work sponsorship, but their parents helped them with some of it. But like, I totally get that. But like, extending from that, the thought then goes to, Like, would it not be potentially biologically better to then, like, I'm obviously not extremely wealthy, or I don't have like an au pair or a maid or any of that shit, but I totally do understand the people who not only consider surrogacy, but who use their own eggs and sperm from the couple to do that. It just seems like a little too, I don't know. I don't want to say anything like where I'm against it, but I totally get how classist and like unrealistic financially it actually seems. But yeah, I mean, I've thought about it, especially when talking to or dating people who've had stuff frozen, because you obviously then have a choice if you do choose to go the IVF route for where you want to have, even with, you know, your own co-pair's eggs or ovum and sperm injected. So I've also had actual literal arguments with many people who are very like pro-life and like anti-abortion, who have gone the IVF route and have had to point out the, you know, technicalities of how many times they actually extract and inseminate and create fertilizable or implantable eggs, and how through rejection or even just like non-viable implantation processes, how that's functionally very similar to what could be considered an early term abortion. And I've had people literally cut me out or like refuse to continue talking to me, and have called me like hateful and a sinner and all kinds of horrible shit for pointing out that, you know, use of contraceptives and practices like IVF, which I am both a huge supporter of, to be perfectly clear, are very functionally similar to things that many people who especially claim to be like Catholic or Christian oppose, and where that would not be considered natural under the things they like to cite from especially the Old Testament. I'm an IVF baby. Yeah, I have nothing wrong. I am 110% in support of these things and the use of technology, especially to make some of these things better, or to help us have more healthy babies and more healthy humans on the planet as we, you know, continue seeing even declining birth rates in many areas. But I don't like when people are like, oh, contraceptives and like abortion, or like, you know, even many other things related to some of those practices are somehow like sinful or evil, or things that they'll vote for people who do not support, and then be like, but, you know, John and I have been like trying for a really long time, and we just, you know, we decided to go the IVF route and blah, 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 blah. It's like, okay, it's the same. Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. How many of your, you know, fertilized but non-implanted embryos were aborted? You can't ask that question or they freak the fuck out. Rules for thee, but not for me bullshit. But it's not even that. It's like they don't even want to acknowledge that, like, it's similar. Or that it's honestly, even when compared to contraceptive kind of stuff, even worse, because it's an actual artificial fertilization of multiple eggs and things that then do not get implanted, which, if the argument is that life begins at the moment of conception, when the sperm breaks through the egg through some natural, miraculous process of swimming through all the acidic fucking fluids throughout the cervix, like, anyways, if it's done in the lab and you argue that life begins at the moment of conception, that is artificial conception happening at usually at least like 3 to 12 times in a lab setting. So is that worse because you just decided to discard or abort those 2 to 10 or 11 other extracted and fertilized embryos? Is that a rude question? Does that make me an asshole for asking? I think my superpower is actually just asking people things that I know might push their buttons and pissing them off in ways that, even if I'm not trying to push their buttons, can easily make rational people act very irrationally, especially in response to things I say. Is that a good superpower to have? I don't think so. My mom thinks you should donate your unused eggs. She's very pro-life. I'm not opposed to that either, though. The only reason I'm not big on donating my sperm is because in many cases, it has been found that even in states where you're supposed to be able to remain anonymous, that shit has come back to bite many people who have donated, or where, like, they have been able to sleuth out the donor, and then, like, I don't want that awkward situation. Like, I've thought about it a lot, too, and it's not even about, like, the money. Like, you get, like, same for, like, plasma donation, which I have done on more than a half a dozen times. It's like, I'm not doing that because of the fucking, like, $10 or $20 they give you when you do it. But I would like to think I'm a reasonably, you know, intelligent and healthy human that has decent bilateral symmetry and a fairly good genetic lineage. Not saying because I'm, like, white or anything like that, but because, you know, I met my grandparents and many of them have lived into not only their 90s, but, like, I've even met a large portion of my great-grandparents, some of which lived beyond that, and things like that, which are part of the questions that you could ask when you look at doing sperm donation. And so, like, I feel like I check many of the boxes, again, not from, like, some crazy supremacy or, like, because I have blue eyes and used to have blonde hair kind of bullshit, but because, you know, I don't have many allergies, I don't have many physical abnormalities.
The pressure
I'm able to graduate from graduate school and shit like that. My wife Alice
was the sole thing
again,
in my
literally
life
part of
that
the questions
anchored
you
me.
could ask.
Suddenly it wasn't enough. I couldn't write anymore. I distracted myself with wild parties and whatever trouble I could scare up. I wallowed in the drama of my life, sure that Alice would stick with me even though she didn't sign up to be the lifeline of a tortured artist. It was my dumb luck she's not the type to give up.
Rip Alice. If you want to donate your eggs, you should. The idea you have to because it's murder otherwise is huge. You know, that's like saying having a period is murder. That's, okay, there are, like, that is literally like saying that having a period is fucking bad. Fuck that. Fuck your mom. And not in a MILF kind of way.
The spiders aren't really the work of the enemy. They're a side effect.
Spiders?
A part of the Dark Place's less significant fauna that has managed to slip through the opening I made when I arrived. Less an animal than an idea that has assumed the form of an animal. Makes them no less dangerous, but at least they're a little easier to deal with. The darkness doesn't protect them like the Taken, and thus they can be destroyed by either light or bullets right away.
We haven't ran into any spiders yet. But yeah, when I did look into some of the sperm donation stuff too, it's a little concerning how Gattaca-like the questions are. Even down to asking about, like, your highest level of education and shit like that. Like, what does that have to do with anything? Like, I totally understand the people who maybe don't have a partner and are looking to
go away.
Do IVF with somebody who
look like him.
They've never met, but, like,
that's what you're going with? Please.
I'm trying to stop him.
Selecting sperm based on, like, the highest level of educational achievement and the physical and racial characteristics of someone is, like, literally Gattaca-like.
Thank you.
Even wilder is how much they lie to the prospective parents. Oh, I don't know about any of that. I haven't heard about that stuff. I have heard about, like, the reports of, like, doctors being, you know, removed from practice because they lied to people and, like, told them they were using some person's sperm and were instead, like, using their own. But I haven't heard about anything outside of, like,
buddy.
that.
I figured I'd take a moment to talk to you. There's a party next door. I'm feeling pretty good right now. A little beer, a little fun, you know? It's nice. Listen, this whole thing between us, it's a little weird for me too, you know? I mean, we don't just look the same, there's a lot we share. I mean, up here, I know you, right? So I was thinking maybe we could...
It is us, isn't it? My parents were told sperm donor was a doctor. My half-sister's parents were told he was a cop. His paperwork states he was neither. All right, well, that also seems like malpractice. But yeah, again, like, why are those questions, like occupation, level of fucking education, and eye color and some of that stuff extremely relevant for the doning process? Like, I don't know. It seems,
like we're both
again,
victims of circumstance.
very Gattaca
And
based.
maybe we could make some kind of effort to...
I only want the sperm from someone who's attained their master's or PhD, has blonde hair, blue eyes, is above 6 feet tall, and is ideally a doctor, lawyer, or some type of high-ranking official. Is that not, like, a fucked up sentence? Because it's apparently a real thing.
Never mind.
What is wrapping a phone? Like, that's the worst boxing glove. Who uses a plastic phone cord as brass knuckles? My sister uses foam turner. Other than matching ethnicity, she didn't care. Well, I mean, I'm saying all this, but I obviously understand why people do it. Like, if you're gonna go that route, you know, I'm not saying I don't understand it, but especially for those who claim to be doing so or caring about religious principles or other things kind of related
I didn't
to
expect to see anyone here tonight, but I'm relieved to see an actual person. That's assuming this isn't some kind of cruel trick on your part, of course.
natural processes. I find it just fucking absurd. I mean, even the IVF process itself, again, which I'm 120% in support of. I know many people who would consider themselves, like, staunchly and devoutly Catholic, extremely pro-life, who just cannot acknowledge or have literally gotten pissed off at me pointing out the fact, like, not all of those eggs that they had fertilized in a laboratory ended up either even getting implanted, or even if implanted, since usually they'll implant multiple to increase chances of survival.
Doctor,
made their way through the
the
process.
man who looked like me.
Which is
What did he
functionally
want
similar to abortion.
There's a strange astronomical event happening right now. Something I can't begin to classify, but I think it's disabled our satellite. There's a very peculiar signal that we're receiving.
A signal? That's what I'm here for.
Well, so was he. But he didn't seem to understand it at all. He got very angry, sabotaged our imaging array, and now we're blind. I believe the event is still going on, but we can't pick it up.
Is there something we can do?
What he broke is essentially just a special camera, but we can't use the telescope without it. There's a replacement in my car. If you can get that to me, we're back in business.
Consider it done.
Who is this satellite or, like, telescope specialist wearing a fucking cocktail dress under what appears to be a lab coat, who also can't get the replacement device they need out of their fucking car and needs our help with that part?
Tell me more about the signal.
It's almost as if something's
I've been called a
transmitted
soulless
to Night Springs.
test tube baby,
It's the
abomination,
strangest
unnatural
thing.
biochristians.
It's quite elusive,
Yeah, it's fucking
almost
wild.
as if it wasn't properly there. I don't
Rules
know
for
how to
thee,
describe
not
it.
for me. Also,
So,
do not point
what
out
was the
my
signal like?
hypocrisy.
I wish I knew. He appeared before I had a good fix on it. He was very pleasant when I was working, but when I isolated the signal, he suddenly forced me out of the control booth. He said it was none of my business. He seemed to change. Somehow he was very smooth and charming before that, but suddenly he became, I'm sorry. I'm not sure I want to talk about it.
I have to ask.
Was it us?
Do you always wear that to work?
Oh, at least he
I
called
was
her
at
out
a
on it.
party for a local art exhibition. Fascinating works. When I was called away by my assistant, Michael was the first to spot this event. I don't know where he is now, actually. He was supposed to bring us some food, but he never showed up.
Tell me about the event.
Oh, it's quite fascinating. It looks as if stars were changing. Somehow. Or shifting positions. It isn't really happening, of course. Most likely it's caused by some kind of atmospheric refraction phenomenon. But I've never seen anything like it.
Did he hurt you?
No. He didn't quite threaten me exactly, but those shadowy things started to crawl into view, and whatever the signal was, he seemed to be extremely frustrated by it. He just started breaking things and left. I thought it best not to interfere.
You were lucky. He's done much worse.
Yes. He showed me a knife, and he kept talking. He enjoyed the sound of his own voice. A proper maniac. You really aren't anything like him, are you?
Believe me, I try very hard not to be.
As a kid, my response was, yeah, well, I wasn't a mistake, though, was I? I'm like, you know, fairly positive I was a happy accident. Oh, Bob Ross, baby. Yeah, kind of. I mean, more. I think like a. To seal the Bob Ross analogy, like they weren't against painting a very beautiful picture, but might not have planned to have begun the painting process as early as they did. The canvas might have been something they wanted to put paint on, but hadn't anticipated how quickly or early they'd need to end up buying frames and all kinds of other shit for that canvas soon. Happy little accidents. Yeah, no, I caught the reference. I don't know if that's exactly how I would categorize it, though. Wait, I thought the shit was in her car. Oh, I see. No. Why is she in the visitor parking? Oh, this is the spider shit we read about.
This must be her car.
Or I assume we're gonna see those soon, given all the spider webs. Yeah, these are fucking new. Still hear more. I hear like the leg skittering. I don't see more of them. Just kidding. Hello? It'd be great if the little stars and shit on the minimap had like up and down arrows, or like
found it.
Could actually help indicate
I'll operate the platform directly
what
below the
level
telescope.
I should be going to.
Brilliant, you got it. I'll just run a quick diagnostic on it. Yes, it's in perfect order. All right, we're good to go. Let's take a look at the skies. Oh, bugger, we're overheating. I have to shut this down. There's a problem with the automated. Somebody just interrupted the flow.
So now what?
Well, you could go and open the secondary flow valves manually. I know it's dangerous there, but, well...
I got it!
Please come talk to me if you have questions.
Got it! Danger is my middle name.
Just remember, you need to release all 3 valves. It doesn't matter what order you do it.
What the fuck? I know it's dangerous, but you look like a strong, independent man capable of helping me in this situation of extreme need. Fuck you. Fuck you twice. Fuck you 3 times! Bye, bitch. Yeah, the battery recharge and stuff is definitely a lot slower on nightmare mode. So that's gonna take some getting used to. I wonder if it'll let me play the second game on nightmare mode before beating it on the fucking regular one like the first one. Again, it'd be cool if, like Mass Effect and games from literally more than a decade ago, it could use our save information from the previous game not only to fill in and feed any decisions we made in those games, but to know that, like, we can handle the nightmare. Get fucked. Get fucked. One moment. Fuck you.
I've carried a flashlight and a gun for so long that I feel naked without either. It's all too often that I need them. The darkness protects the taken. Shadows crawl over their forms like living things, protecting them from harm. Blows that would injure or kill a human outright mean nothing to them as long as the darkness persists. But light makes them vulnerable. Light burns the shadows away. The darkness that drives them is still in them, but now they're vulnerable. Flashlight and gun. Sometimes it feels they're all I have left.
It's not a strange thing to hear anyone ever say.
Okay, that should do it.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go the other way. Do I need to fucking flashlight that thing? One, two, three, 4. One moment. Almost died, but we didn't, which is what really matters. Hey, look, the star does have a little arrow on it now. Where was that before?
I released all the valves, Doctor. Is it working?
You've got it sorted. It's working again. Nicely done.
You're welcome.
That sounds like trouble. I don't think they're happy with our success. Look out, they found a way in. Hold on a little longer. I've almost got it isolated.
Oh, fuck, I didn't see the dude behind me!
I released all the valves, Doctor. Is it working?
It'd be great if I had flashbangs, like, oh, I do have flashbangs. Oh my god, I'm an idiot.
Happy with our success.
Missed!
Hold on a little longer. I've almost got it isolated.
Fuck. I thought I was gonna dodge
I
that.
released all the valves, Doctor. Is it
Okay, I think I
working?
just dropped the flares and then throw a flashbang.
Nicely done.
Oh, you can barely see the cat too. Fuck. We'll fix that in a minute. On the next ad break, I promise, which should be
That
coming
sounds
up here
like
soon.
trouble. I don't think they're happy with our success. Look out, they found a way in.
Catch me if you can. let's fucking go!
Intense. I'm sighted in now. I still have no idea what I'm looking at.
Oh, why is my heart rate monitor also not working?
Strange, very strange indeed.
Interesting.
Oh, where are my manners? Please, come on up. I'm sorry, I was distracted.
I just realized that. Was it working yesterday? Is it working on the main page? Dashboard. One moment. Yeah, it's already set up. Here, maybe I need to repair my watch. Let's try this real quick. Does that work? Hey, that works. Alright, I just needed to reload it, I guess. I'm guessing that wasn't working yesterday then. Or actually, here. Well, I guess I can check later. I'm fairly positive yeah, it couldn't have been working.
Are we receiving the signal now?
Oh yes, it's coming in loud and clear. It's amazing. I'm not sure what it is yet, let alone where it's coming from, but it's interacting with our system somehow, like it was intended for us. But I don't understand how that could be.
Maybe that's just how the story goes.
What?
Never mind. Is there a way I can hear it? Or however this is supposed to work?
I think the signal is incomplete somehow, but you should be getting a printout of it now.
Is it alien?
What do you mean it's incomplete?
It's almost as if we're only getting a fragment of it.
I need
more alien
the whole
shit.
Thing. This is important.
I'm sure it is, but this is all we're getting.
Did the man who looks like me get the whole thing?
He locked me out of the booth, so I have no way of knowing. But I can tell you that he didn't really seem to understand it.
A printout of a signal. It too is a weapon created by the Champion of Light. In its words, stirs a new reality. But it is incomplete, and yet it provides a roadmap for the man to follow, a course that will lead him to a place where he may confront his enemy.
Not gonna lie, this still doesn't make any fucking sense. 12th Annual NSVA Film Festival.
Once the site of
Just Desserts, A Cannibal's Tale, Sunrise, Ham, a documentary, Samurai vs. Conquistador 2,
and yet,
Mexican Handoff.
It's the search for closure rather than culture.
A couple of those sound like
that
fucking
brings the Champion
sexual
of Light
innuendos. Not gonna lie.
Oh, It's you. That's fantastic.
Oh, you're reeking of the dark.
Go away. No, I want you. But you'll get angry if you're here. So, you gotta go. You know I'll do what you want.
Okay.
Mexican handoff?
I love you so much. Did you know that love hurts? Are you gonna hurt me now? 'Cause you should.
Lady, you got darkness on the brain. I think I can help you if I can get the lights on in here.
You can't turn the power back on. It's not allowed. You said.
So, where shouldn't I go so I don't turn the power back on accidentally?
It's the big building on the other side of the drive-in, but it's locked.
Where's the key? Just so that I know to avoid it.
It's on the wall next to the cash register. But you can't. You can't. Don't be bad.
Hey, no problem. I'm just gonna go do some other stuff. Scout's honor. Just try to stay calm. I've seen this kind of thing before. I think you're gonna be okay.
I mean, but I'm also not entirely opposed to being a little bad.
Guys, you're on your comeback tour, and you're playing a lot of your classic material, but you've also got a new single out, right? How'd that come about? Was it hard to go back into the studio after such a long time?
Are you kidding me? They were chomping at the bit. They were just itching to stretch those creative muscles. Now, it had been a while because, you know, they spent a lot of time in,
Retirement. We were retired.
We were?
Yeah. No. We were at the lodge, and we escaped. We were at
After killing people.
Retirement thing.
Yeah.
So, you know, really, once we got in the studio, things started happening. You know, the music has changed a little bit, the boys were a little rusty, so it took us a while to find the right gear. But hey, once we got going, whew, boy, they kicked ass. And it's an awesome song. It's called Balance Slays the Demon, and seriously, I think it's their finest work. And hey, I should know, I produced it.
Oh, really? I didn't know you were a producer.
Well, this was my first time. I mean, they needed a little bit of guidance, you know what I mean? I mean, don't get me wrong, these guys are the best. But it's the 21st century, man. Things just sound a little different these days. So, you know, I kind of stepped in there, helped them make it sound all cool, kind of jazzed it up.
That sounds like a challenge.
Oh, no, it was really easy, man. I was just, you know, like, hey, give it a little zing, you know? Let's take it to another level so it really rips. You know, let's just throw some really sweet synths in. Like that, you know, just kicked it up a notch, but it's totally old gods.
Well, listeners, you can judge for yourselves. Here's Old Gods of Asgard, and Balance Slays the Demon.
Oh, yeah.
Deep in the ocean of darkness, in the mirror of light, Balance becomes a stranger, and in your fantasies, he rides a storm on your peace.
Hey, just in case there's a part of you in there that's freaking out right now, it's not your fault. I promise I'll do what I can to help you, okay?
I don't... Please go away.
Don't sweat it. I'm just saying that in
The
case
man has encountered this before.
I've been there.
People whose integrity has been suborned by the insidious touch of the darkness. He has experienced it himself, but merciful light burned away the darkness in his brain.
Oh, look! Mr. Hero's here! You ready to save the day?
That's not good. they're so much faster. Oh my god, this is so far back. Holy shit. Look, it's not your fault, blah, 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 you're a good person. Maybe we'll still bang later.
It's not your fault.
P.S. My wife died.
I promise I'll do what I can to help you, okay?
I don't...
The man has encountered this before. People whose integrity has been suborned by the insidious touch of the darkness. He has experienced it himself, but merciful light burned away the darkness in his brain.
Can I open this yet? No, 30 manuscript pages needed? The fuck?
Oh, look! Mr. Hero's here! You ready to save the day?
What happens if I just run straight in here? Is that not gonna help me? No, I guess not. Get fucked. Fuck! It's that shady fella. Ooh, it's saved here at least. I think that shady fella is just us. It's definitely harder on fucking Nightmare, but I think this is still easily doable.
I told you I'm a psycho. Really? I'm a psycho. Really, I'm a psycho.
What the fuck? That's not good. That's where the dark chick is. Horny chick. How do I get down? Alright, this is where we were with that fight. So did I just miss a way to, like, jump over this? Oh, god damn it, there's stairs right here.
You are gonna shit yourself when you realize what I have done. Shut up!
Get out of my head, even if you're me! Also, why am I gonna shit myself? Fuck. How many manuscript pages do I have? It's gotta be getting close to 20. One moment, sir. Bye-bye.
Okay, I should be able to figure this out.
What the fuck? manuscript pages in here? There's one right here.
Alice, my wife.
The
best thing that ever happened to me. She smiles and the darkness lifts. For her, I've tried things I otherwise never would. I've never really minded if it's made me feel like a fool. She's a photographer, and the world she sees through her lenses is unique and beautiful. She has the vision. She sees things others don't and knows how to make them visible to everybody. She did it with me, too. She teased out things I was only vaguely aware of.
Oops. Oh, I guess that's the end of it. I have to like time this. I guess so. Alright, what the fuck though? Can't go this way. I can't get out this way, right? Oh, never mind, I can't get out this way. Just kidding.
You have no idea how badly you're screwed. It's gonna be a blast to watch you find out. Don't want to get hit by those.
What the fuck was that? The fuck is that? Oh, that's what hit me earlier.
The car seemed to sail through the crisp mountain air in slow motion, spinning around one axis almost lazily. The moment was hypnotic. Then it struck the pipeline in a shower of sparks, the impact turning the windshield into a burst of safety glass. As it hit the ground, I snapped out of my reverie. The car was rolling downhill, slowing down as every bump killed momentum but still coming. The fence wouldn't be enough to stop it.
Sounds reminiscent of the last game. Am I missing like a fuck ton more of these things either, or is it just out of order like the last game? stop fucking charging me! Fuck, there's just more coming out of the goddamn woodwork! Okay, that's interesting. Hello, madam. Why do I see what looks like a little paper thing here? Is it outside? It is outside. Nail gun noise is very satisfying. Yeah, I really like killing people with it too.
I didn't sleep much anymore. My life with Alice seemed like a constant fight. I was a wreck. Alice took steps. She booked a vacation in Bright Falls, a small town in Washington. It was supposed to be a chance to break out of the cycle I was in.
Yeah, how the fuck did we
She
get
didn't know about the darkness
to Arizona from Washington? That is not described at all here either. Hey, look, there's your... Here's the car. Your Evil Dead car, too. I can't drive that one, though. Hey, baby. You want to get dark with me? How do I turn the fucking lights on? Is it like behind her? Is she covering up the light switch or something? What the fuck? Oh, never mind. I'm an idiot.
No, don't. Oh, it's not. It's you. Did you help me?
Yeah,
you still horny? Better now.
Yes, I am. Thank you so much. I don't know what happened. There was this guy.
Before you say anything, I know I look like him, but I'm not.
Don't worry. You just don't feel anything like he does. He was in my head. I feel like I need to take 50 showers.
Where is he?
That asshole wanted to get into the projector booth. He was talking about fixing things so the sun never comes up. God, it didn't seem that weird when he was saying it. It sounded really good at the time.
You weren't yourself. The projector booth.
Also, that thing on the wall looks like the printout from...
I need to get in there.
The fucking...
I have the access code for the door.
Observatory.
Here.
Thanks.
I'm just glad you showed up now. He said he'd be back after he'd arranged for some security.
Like, this looks exactly like the printout that we got from the observatory. Oh, a Nidoran.
That's the security system? I guess it was too much to hope for.
Okay. Hello, friend. Do you want to hang out with me in here? you want me to pick you up? Let me pick you up. I got you. Such a cutie pie. Fuck. Ah, that's not good. Ah! Hello, friend. Hello. I got eye booger. I know you don't like me getting them out, but they're good for you. Let me help with your eye boogers. There you go. All good. All done. Doesn't that feel better? Uh-oh. No. Hey. No. None of that. None of that shit. Where are the other fountains? Oh, okay. Literally right here. Very nice.
It's been 2 years since I came here. Being that long without Alice breaks my heart. And I know it broke hers. I know she thinks I'm dead. How could I blame her for that? It would be a crime to pretend that she owes me anything. She took all the stupid, self-indulgent bullshit I brought into her life and still stood by me. Still loved me. It's no betrayal. But I'm a better person now than I used to be. I want to be that person with her.
I can be your hero, baby. I can take away the pain.
The champion of light can feel the fragment of the signal in his pocket. The weapon that can change what will be.
Is it our penis?
It's incomplete, but it's all he has.
It was late at night. The summer was almost over. date has been changed. How do I make it late at night?
Oh, hell, this isn't going right. You've been up to something, haven't you? Too bad it's not gonna do any good. I'm a better you than you ever will be! And I've got all the time in the world. Everything you've got's going to be mine. Your life. Your wife!
My wife!
What are you gonna do about it? The sun's never coming up now. I can keep this up forever.
Do this all day.
Show yourself! Whatever you say, buddy!
What happened?
The rush of darkness is unstoppable. Time itself twists and tears, sweeping the champion of light back with its dark currents. Again, he enters the world, but now he sees the trap for what it is, a maze that loops back into itself.
I'm here again. He sent me back.
Oh shit, I see where we are. And if ever I believe my work is done, then I'll start back at one. Yeah, it's undeniable. We should be together. So emotional. We used to say I don't ever. Places we go. Just know how big.
What?
Let me know now that I'm for real. All things that I should feel. Yeah. One. Like a dream come true. Two. Wanna be with you. 3. 'Cause it's plain to see. You're the only one for me. 4. Steps 1, 2, 3, 5. Make you fall in love with me. And I believe my work is done. Then I'll start back at 1. That's where we started, actually. Which means I can open this now. Oh, we already had this. Fuck.
Emma? You here?
Hey, girl. You look dirty.
Wow, it is you. I guess all of it really happened.
You remember me?
Kind of. I felt weird all day, like I could almost remember a dream I had, and then, just before sunset, I remembered the page.
Yeah. I'm going to have to go get those things again.
Not all of them. I went out and got them. Well, most of them. I
Damn,
felt stupid
thanks.
at first, but then it was getting dark, and those things started showing up, and one of them made off with the battery. It ran into the railroad tunnel. There was no way I was gonna follow him in there. Sorry.
I'm also not sure why I started singing
should
Brian
be careful.
McKnight.
I mean, really careful.
But it
Yeah,
seemed
I
appropriate.
kind of remember something. Something bad happened to me, didn't it?
Forget it. It doesn't have to happen again, okay? Just do what I say.
Yeah, okay. God, this is too weird. Am I going crazy here? Just go get that battery.
Try to stay calm. You're perfectly sane. We're caught in a time loop. That's why this is happening again.
I believe you. God, I feel like I might just lose it any second now. How come you're not freaking out over this?
It's not my first
Because of my
rodeo.
personal weird shit-o-meter, this just doesn't rate.
Look, I know something happened to me before...
You're gonna be okay, if you just keep cool, okay? Thanks for getting this stuff for me, it's a big help.
I hope so. Are you gonna make everything blow up at the oil field again?
I have to.
Well, whatever the hell else you might be, at least you're not boring.
Did I shoot her with that? She didn't seem to be mad about it, but it did seem to stick in her. Anyways. Sorry.
Just the battery.
Just
That'll save time.
Out things.
Okay. So this chick just came up to me and said she's my biggest fan. I know. They all say that, right? And she's giving me the eye. So I make a couple of moves. We have a couple of drinks. And then things start happening. But I say I have to go to the bathroom first. Uh-oh, right? She's got no idea. Watch this. This is gonna be priceless.
That's nice.
I thought you'd like that. Are you tense? You feel a little tense.
Maybe a little. I had a crappy day.
Yeah?
Don't worry, it's improving real fast.
Yeah.
Hey, don't stop. It's just getting good.
Watch this. Yeah! Did you see that? Oh man, did you see her? Boom!
More than anything else, that's animals. It's in our nature to imagine, to turn fantasies into legends, to be storytellers. But on a rare occasion, the line between fact and fiction, imagination and reality becomes hopelessly blurred, and nowhere can fit a scene as in Night Springs.
That's not cool.
Night Springs doesn't exist. It's a fictional town from the TV show I used to work on. It was Any Place USA, a place we used as a backdrop for whatever strange story we had that week. One of the stories I wrote for the show involved a man, the champion of light, fighting his evil double, the herald of darkness. It was something I'd written back in the real world, something I had a link to, a framework I could build on. I had adapted it into a new story. This story.
Maybe we are just having like a psychotic episode, because we do seem to keep thinking that like our stories are coming to life, and we don't have a whole lot of actual evidence for that. You know?
Now Night Springs is in Arizona, although not for long. It's in Arizona because whatever the town that has become Night Springs is really called is located near one of the thin, worn places in the world where dreams and reality flow together and life is always a little strange. Perfect analogy for Night Springs. I can't return to the real world. I've tried, but I'm operating on dream logic, forcing the door open a crack so I can slip through. I can enter the strange little town of Night Springs. All I did was put it in Arizona for one night.
Interesting. Oops, fuck. Yeah, that works. Okay. Just making sure we have the cat on.
Well, this should be perfectly safe.
Why is the battery in a fucking mine shaft like the first game? This can't just be a coincidence. More of those fucking things.
Now I just need her to charge this up.
Gotta love the game mine shafts. Ah, fuck. Ah! 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 There's a lot of them this time. I mean, these spider things are new, though. Don't I have to go that way to get out? Yeah. Uh-oh, it's about to be night again, too. Fuck. Have any flares either? Okay. Okay, I'm running. Fuck you, buildings. Uh-oh. Open the door, Emma! I know she's right there, but I see like a page. Looks like it's outside, or like right here. It's gotta be inside that area.
Found the battery.
Okay, I'll charge it. Here, try not to get killed.
Okay, I'm gonna take care of this. Try to stay calm.
Look, what if you stay here with me, please?
Ooh. I'm sorry, but if I don't deal with this, no one else will.
Yeah, I guess. It's just that this is getting really creepy. I believe this is real, but I don't understand any of it. I'm getting scared. I can't believe you're so calm.
I get scared, but I've had a lot of time to get used to it. That helps.
You don't seem to care too much about the nails I keep shooting into your face either. How do I get inside this building, though? There's a secret in here. It says so. Do I get to drive cars in this game either? No. good. Can't even backseat if I wanted. Never played this. I mean, it's very similar to the first game. Playing it on Nightmare means we take more damage and shit, which isn't ideal, but it's very similar. Especially in terms of it not giving us any information that makes any fucking actual sense.
I don't make friends easily. I know plenty of people, but I don't let most of them close. I've known Barry Wheeler ever since we were little boys. We had the time of our lives. I'd get us in trouble, and he'd talk us out of it. Things haven't changed that much now that we're grown-ups. He's the most loyal and dependable person I've ever met, and all the things that count anyway. You could call him a weasel, and you wouldn't be entirely wrong. You could call him a clown, and I would reluctantly agree. But he has never let me down.
Aww. We will bury. I don't know if I can kill these things. I think I just have to dodge them. Ooh, fuck. Okay, maybe this. Fuck you all! Fuck, where do I put this thing? Are we cooked? We might be cooked. Oh, I have to kill these things. Bro! The man's a firefighter, why is he not saving you? None of these motherfuckers give a shit about me. Nowadays, everybody want to talk to. They got something to say, but nothing comes out when they move their lips. Just a bunch of gibberish. Motherfuckers act like they forgot about Wake. So what do you say to somebody you hate? Anybody trying to bring trouble to you hate? Trouble your way? Oops, that hurt me. This is not sustainable though. They take like 7 shots. I might have missed one of those, but still, they take a lot of shots. It's not good. See, they didn't even die for that! Just slows them down. Where the fuck do I put this thing though? The wheel was in place, the oil was flowing, the battery attached, the lights
Better
were
get
blinking,
ready to
the
run.
CD was playing in the boombox.
I'm trapped in the darkness. He has started appearing to me.
Nice dodges, though. Yeah, I'm getting.
He can travel
especially
back
on
into
the
world effortlessly.
I don't
and he
know,
loves to rub my face in it.
I started this in
At first,
Nightmare
he was
because
just an
thinking if
echo
we
in the
can
darkness,
start the next
a
one
flicker
in
beyond
Nightmare.
the edge of my vision. Now
I'm
he
gonna
started
do
showing
that.
himself, getting bolder all the time, telling me what a great time he's having in the world while I'm stuck here, and what he plans to do, especially to Alice. All the moves I have left are dangerous and desperate. I have no choice. I have to hunt him.
Okay, so wheel, oil. We already did the battery thing here, though. So now I just need to make the CD play, but I can't. Oh, there we go. I had to kill all the things first. Oh, and make the oil flow. Pretty sure this is a real song too, and we're gonna get muted once again. What the fuck? Oh my god! Nerds! Wake me up! Hello! Hello! Oh, we're missing I Bring You Love Sex Dome. How are all of you? Happy Saturday. Hello, Lady May! Dead Game, Brown, Chunky Fliz!
Holy shit, Nerd Huckleberry just raided with 149 viewers.
Suck on this raid. Oh my god.
Welcome to the Thunderdome Swellsicus.
In the background, if you're wondering, I'm not playing this music. This is from a game. Gundam! Tiffany Rex. Thank you all. We normally have a cat with us. He just fucked off. Here, I'll turn the game down. How are you all doing? I'm Justin J. Vicarian, also known as Jay. But thank you so much. How are you, Nurse? For anybody who was in here before, if you haven't been following Nurse Huckleberry, Nerd Huckleberry, or Duder, who's also live right now, please do so. But yeah, we are playing the Alan Wake series right now. We've decided to continue spooky games through November. So we're doing a Spookvember, but also Christmas themed. So we have a Christmas tree, which is pretty cool in the background. It's the first year I've done this. Also known as Sex Dome, Chrome Dome. Also a big Chiefs fan. I'm originally from Kansas City, which is where my cat that is not on camera right now is from. I know, I bought it at Costco. I went to Costco and was like, fuck, you know what? Christmas trees are expensive, and it's been a long time since I've had one, and I decided to just pull the trigger. I have a bunch of really cute ornaments for it, though. In addition to some of these, like Hallmark, literal Hallmark ornaments that we'll put on, I also got these, also from Costco. So there's like a bunch of little kitties, and an owl. There's an owl. There's like another little like owl looking thing. There's multiple kitties and like owls and shit. They're fucking adorable, right? So we're just gonna keep adding. I also have a bunch of tinsel. I haven't gotten anything to put on the top of it yet. So thank you, Pika Steph. Oh, Jackson, come here. Hold on. The cat is right here. Stop it. So damn cute. Well, welcome. Welcome to the Thunderdome. Come here, buddy. You want to say hi? In terms of cuteness, so this is Jackson. He's our 16-year-old rescue that sometimes hangs out with us when he's feeling like it. But thank you so much for the raid. How was the nerd fest tonight? I saw you yapping a little bit earlier. Yeah, this is Kitty. We'll see if the camera updates. It usually takes a second. There we go. Is that a shark on the fridge? Oh, is that a shark on the fridge? Those are multiple sharks in the fridge. We have some of the exclusive sharks in the fridge, actually. You're doing advice? Some good requests tonight? Oh, you want to hang out, bud? So we have the regular shark. And then we have the spooky shark. We also have I'm a Little Pusscat. And of course, the most important, the robocall one. I'm glad the requests came in good tonight. I need to, it's one of those things where I need to take some days off and participate in some of that. Nurse made people addicted to cleaning videos? Oh no, that's not healthy. Here, maybe I can do this and put the cat on it. I think I can. Here, let's do this. We'll put the cat in the corner here. But yeah, we also have, I haven't gotten the new one, but we're approaching the end of the year. So this is normally in the corner next to us. I'm also bad about actually like writing in calendars, but for anybody who hasn't gone to the Bortco shop, check out the new calendar. Is the 2025 one out yet? Oh shit, I killed the game. Here, we can put some music on in the background while we just yap for a little bit. It's so good to see all of you. It's always good to see all of you. Thank you so much again for the raid. If you need to raid and fade, eat some gummies, do some post-stream care, please do so. I need to take the trashes out. I'll do it tomorrow. Not yet, but in the works. Hell yeah. Well, we're big supporters of a lot of that stuff. Is that working? Oh yeah, that is working now. But yeah, thank you so much again for everybody coming in here. Knox the Noobs, thinking getting a little Christmas tree this year. So this is a small one. Or here, I can even show you, like, I have this view in addition to all the other things. So this is the full view of it. Also, the giant Deadpool cutout is also new. That was a gift. But yeah, this is the full view of the entire thing. So it's not super tall. It's like 4.5 feet, I think. So smaller than some of the other ones I've had. But other ones I've had, the cat used to fuck with. Or when Jackson was a much younger individual, he used to get into the trees. Too many secrets, Jackson. Yeah, right now he's being very cute. But he wasn't hanging out with us all night tonight. As an unofficial Costco rep, what is your opinion on Kirkland brand alcohols? They're fucking great. I have a bunch. Yeah, no, I think, so their vodka is pretty decent. It's like a goose / like Kettle One kind of variant. Their whiskeys can be a little bit more hit or miss, but some of their tequilas, especially some of the like silvers, I think more recently become pretty good. But their gin is basically like a Tanqueray variant. So I like a lot of the Kirkland brand liquors. I have a full bar in my garage. In fact, I can probably show this without doxing too much because I've shared this. But I refurbished. I got a free bar that was in complete disrepair and needed a ton of work when I first moved into the place that I'm in now. And ended up figuring out how to reupholster things and like reupholstered a whole bar. And so I do have a fully stocked bar in my garage. It is taking up the entire space of what would normally be like a whole car parking space. CatCam froze? Oh yeah, it does that sometimes. It's part of the stream. It's also because he got up and left me. So he's not with us anymore. He has vacated the premises. But that's why we have all these other cameras, mostly just to track the cat. Not because I've been doing any regular cooking streams or anything in my kitchen recently, which I need to get back to. But it is a fun tree. Or I even have, yeah, even as part of this, we have Deadpool ornaments. We've got some Mando with the child, with little Grogu. And I have like a super old, like Neo Matrix one. I've got a bunch of them. Handy to refurbish a whole bar setup? I'd like to think I'm a pretty handy guy. I don't see the bar picture that I was looking for. I'm trying to search my own Discord and failing. But yeah, I have a lot of house projects that are currently in various stages of repair or disrepair that I haven't fully completed yet. But I like a lot of the handy projects. It's something I enjoy a lot. Oh, we also have some new Fur Friends pictures. This is Jackson earlier. Here's a picture from as I find my bar pick. This is earlier today. Uh-oh. Yeah, we have a lot of, in our Discord, furry friends, lots of kitties. In fact, we just got some new kitten photos recently. Look at this fucking thing. Is this not one of the cutest fucking things you've ever seen in your life? So mindful. So demure, Tiffany. Mystic, thank you very much for the follow as well. But yeah, I need to actually like probably segment a large portion of my Discord now into like housework projects or like fun projects that I can document a little bit differently, because I don't have a good way of like categorizing and keeping track of a lot of the ones that I've been doing. But I have been doing a lot of housework stuff, or we even recocked my shower on stream. So instead of cooking, we've been doing some caulking and some other shenanigans. I did the bar stuff off stream. So I didn't actually get to document that in real time. But it was still a lot of fun. Yeah, I don't see it easily. Here, I know how to find it. But if you have questions about Kirkland alcohol products or other products, let me know, because I can answer many questions about Costco. I'm not just an unofficial rep. I was there yesterday and I've spent a lot of time over the last couple of decades exploring the avenues and aisles of Kirkland. Oh, here we go. Yeah, hell yeah. Here it is. Easier to find on my phone than it is on my own fucking Discord. But I can share this immediately. Yeah, I added LED lights and stuff to it, which was actually just as difficult as the reupholstery process. Do I drink wine? Yeah, that's actually what I've been drinking tonight. Our wine glass is currently empty. I really love the Kirkland Malbec. I'm pretty big on reds, so like Cabs, Malbecs. I will like occasional Pinots. House projects are always a lot of fun, but they can also take a lot of work. So this is the bar. So you can even see like a slight variation. This was the very first bar stool that I reupholstered. Ignore the stop sign. But yeah, there's my wine rack actually right next to it. But this whole like corner, I'm not exactly sure what the technical term for it is, but where you like rest your arms on it. And then the bar stools were all free, completely free. This is also an IKEA rug that costs next to nothing. But yeah, I polished up the outside and like added a bunch of like wood polish and sealant to that and the top. And then I bought this like pleather wrap, which I took the entire, this is like a giant, not L because it's curved, but that, and then the bar bar stool tops off and then stretched the shit out of the pleather stuff and like stapled it to the bottom and bought like a heat gun and all the stuff to do. You love Reds as well? Hell yeah. Was catching up on notifications. Who is this kitty? Oh, this is a kitty that was just shared. We had some people who just recently got some new kittens, Nurse, and so I was just sharing some of the beautiful new cats that have joined our community. So I don't know the name of this kitten. Trixie, I should know this. But yeah, this is Trixie, who was just shared with us recently. And if that isn't like one of the best, like not only sad kitten or like sad cat faces, but I love its patterning. Like it is split, like quartered very cutely. Yeah, this kitty is named Trixie. I don't know where Jackson went. He's abandoned us. The cuteness is very strong. Yeah, this was my most recent project. I also have a TV mount, so you can see hiding in the back there, a TV. So the next goal is to mount a TV behind the bar and to get rid of some of the nonsense around it. You can also see the vestiges or like small portions of my old Christmas tree. So this is a significant upgrade behind me. Yeah, it's like checkerboard. Or there's like a name for that pattern. I don't remember exactly what it is, but so cute. And these tiny little beans. Also, you can see like the beans on this foot. It's got like the little black and pink beans. So it even has, it's like a variegated cat. Oh, the kitty cam is updated. We've found him. So this is why I have the cameras all in the positions that they are in, because they're all locations that the cat usually hangs out. Which is why I have them in those exact spots. Same thing as that bed cam, which is actually just my guest bed. But that's what you get when you hang out here. Me mostly hanging out with and highlighting my cat, who is the true star of this show, and then yeah, playing video games and often yapping. We did a whole politics stream, not just on election night but after, which were surprisingly lots of fun and didn't have too many trolls, or a few of the trolls who did come in we were able to have decent discussions with and, you know, not engage in too much trollery. I am a supporting character in my own stream. Very much so. I exist to highlight the 16-year-old furball. Even in some of the things I have done for like cooking and housework and other stuff, I've tried to make sure he remains as highlighted as possible. Or we also had a foster kitten that the person we were helping foster for ended up foster failing. So they ended up taking care of it and adopting it full time. But we've had multiple cats on the stream, which I've been thinking about getting another one, where I've been worried since I lived with a person for like 7 years who also had a cat and also had a person who had a dog. So like Jackson has had many fur friends over his 16 years of life. But since he is a lot older, or since, you know, I've moved almost every year for like the last decade up until these last 2 years, I've been a little on the fence about maybe getting a kitten or something young, since he is much older and not as spry as he used to be, and didn't want to have him like, you know, feel bad or feel like he's getting replaced by a super energetic kitten. But he was great with the foster kitten that we had recently. He was super, super cute, and actually, whether it hurt a little bit since he is a bit arthritic, but he was jumping around and playing with it and letting it kind of, you know, do its little hunts on him and not being super mean. Or the kitten did hiss at him a few times, but he was actually super tolerant and super nice. So we might get another cat here soon. Who knows? Who knows? But it's always good to have them in pairs. Or I know he was also a lot happier when he had another cat that he lived with. So, as with Bert and Kiki, it'd be good to get another one here soon, I think. He's a sweetie. But yeah, what we've been doing, so I mentioned the Spooktober stuff while we have him still on screen here, as well as some of the other cats. So I took feedback from a lot of the community on games I wasn't able to get through, or honestly hadn't even really considered from October. And so this is the schedule of things that I've been playing. So since November 1st, we've played The Quarry. I started the Dark Pictures series since I already owned like Man of Medan, Little Hope, and House of Ashes. We just beat those. I technically need to update this because I did beat Alan Wake last night. That was actually recommended by Dead Game. And instead of Alan Wake 2, I realized I also already owned Alan Wake America's Nightmare. So the game you have heard in the background has been that. And then we'll play Alan Wake 2, and then probably dive into some of the Dark Pictures games that I don't own yet, like Until Dawn and The Devil in Me, and try to see if we can get through all of that in the next, like, 5 days, because I'd like to try to also play Death Stranding, which is a lot of fun. It's funny, Bert is finally getting sweeter, but Kiki still has 5 years of his bullying to get past before they can really cuddle. Firewatch, is that a first playthrough? These are all first playthroughs. Tiffany? I haven't played any of these games before. Most of the games I've played on stream, minus like Minecraft and like even Fortnite is something I only started this year, like in June. But those are the only things that I do play occasionally that aren't first playthroughs. Yeah, Dead Game has been here for a lot of this stuff. But yeah, Nurse, to your point, like, so the cat that Jackson, when I first moved to California, the people that I lived with for like 7 years, where they had a cat was, I mean, it wasn't a kitten. It was like 2 years old. But even at that point, he was like 8 or 9. And he was a little bit more of a bully, or he wasn't like a full bully, but that cat was not super playful. And he is kind of playful, which is why I was worried if I got a kitten, it might be like he wants to play, but realizes the kitten is significantly more playful or energetic than he is. But it took them like a couple of years. So like we even did the separation thing, or like didn't have them interacting too much for the first few days or even like the first week. But it took like a few years for that cat to warm up a lot to Jackson. But after that, like they would like cuddle next to each other. Very much like where I've seen you get excited where Bert and Kiki have even just been like touching butts. Like that's kind of how it started. But then it quickly evolved into they'd be on the same couch and like back to back or like nuzzled up fairly close. Never really like booping or like face to face, but that's where I even shared some videos of the foster kitten that I had, because it was crazy that in like the first few days, like I separated them for a little while, but they started booping, or he ended up being not just significantly more tolerant, but was all about like even booping that kitty. I'm stoked for Alan Wake 2, but Death Stranding is going to be one hell of a journey. Firewatch, I've heard great things. And same thing for even Monster Prom, which is like kind of, I think, like a dating style game. But yeah, the foster kitten I had also ended up escaping and literally jumping out a window, which nurses heard me talk about. But I ended up having to rescue it from my roof, which I still don't fully know exactly how it got on top of. But when it wasn't being quarantined off, here I can just pull up my own fucking Instagram. Just go tiny narcissist mode here. But yeah, this is the foster kitten, and like this is obviously Jackson. And so this is like their 4th day. Like I separated them for a little while, had it in its own room. I even have like a little like baby divider that I put in a door. But like this is like a literal kitten. But like he was being very sweet and allowing it to sniff and like booping, even in just, this is also just 6 weeks ago. So like last month. They were being very cute. If the person who I was like helping foster or like step fostering this from hadn't foster failed this kitten, I would have kept this cat. The cat's name was also Kiki, which is also crazy. Small world. Yeah, this is them. And most of my Insta pictures are really just cat pictures. Or this is Jackson a couple months ago, since he needed to have a little rash that he didn't bite on. But yeah, one thing I also did for Spooktober in October was did some collaborative stuff with the Hello Sweetie, who I also met through the Chef Tank collaboration, Nurse and many others, including Alas Elizabeth, who I also helped transition from Streamlabs to OBS Studio and have also been in very close coordination and collaboration with. So it's been so great meeting so many of you and getting to build such a wonderful community, like tiny little corner of Twitch with so many wonderful, wonderful people. It's been absolutely amazing and so much fun. So thank you again for popping in here and for hanging out. But yeah, I think I'm going to try to see if we can get through, or you can't see the schedule, but to Dead Game's point, I think I'm going to try and see if we can get through the rest of America's Nightmare for Alan Wake and then start Alan Wake 2 tomorrow. Because when I look at the time it might take to beat some of these games, we have a pretty ambitious schedule playing 9 games, 10 games, I guess, technically, for this month. So glad you guys have been doing more stuff together. Such a great group. Yeah, I mean, they've all been absolutely wonderful. Skittish and Bus, I think, are the only ones I haven't done too many collabs with, but I did see them at TwitchCon. They were actually some of the first people who I saw at TwitchCon, which is, I mean, also kind of happens chance. I did a horrible job trying to coordinate with people, but they were doing like a DJ thing at like the DJ booth, and I caught them like right after the end of that, my very first day when I was like coming in. So it was super perfect. Not if you keep on yapping. Well, yapping's half the fun. And especially when getting to talk to wonderful people. Shocker, Nurse knows incredible humans, like attract, like, and all that. Yeah. Also, Brown, if you are still around, apologies again for making you feel even sadder than you did. Nurse, your Discord is the only Discord I've ever had a full 1-day timeout on, I have to say. But it was deserved. I was really giving Brown lots of shit for the Broncos loss to the Chiefs. I'm from Kansas City, so I moved to California from Kansas City. But I was told that there wasn't Chiefs content allowed, so what I posted was the Broncos announcers talking about their loss, which was it was mean. It was I deserved it. I deserved it. It wasn't, Brown wasn't doing anything bad. I was told, I tried to get around the rules in a way that I knew was not gonna make him or anybody who's not a Kansas City fan very happy at all. But yeah, those posts got deleted and I got timed out. Thankfully, it didn't also last for a full day. He untimed me out after a few hours, but he gave me a 10-minute warning, and then I responded like mod abuse and posted more stuff. So, how about those checks notes? Denver Broncos? Yeah, well, so again, from Kansas City, like Denver and formerly like Oakland, but now like Las Vegas, like the Raiders and the Broncos. I'm also not like huge into a lot of sports. Like the Kansas City Chiefs and the Kansas City Royals are pretty much the only teams I follow. I did go to a brewery tonight. I was at a brewery before I went live for a friend's like going away party. And what was crazy is I went to undergrad at the University of Kansas and they had fucking Jayhawk stuff. Like I got this at a brewery in LA because apparently they'd done like some collaborations with the KU Alumni Association, which is crazy. Completely random. I ended up texting a bunch of people from Kansas and stuff too. But tread lightly, Sexdome, I'm watching. It started out as an apology. I shouldn't be antagonistic, especially in Discord. I'm not a sports ball carer. I mean, oh, you didn't need to do that. Also, it's crazy. Nurses in my founders group, or at least on the nurse account, one of my first 10 subs, which is something that, yeah, again, I'm extremely grateful for, especially in terms of getting to meet all of you wonderful people and getting to continue building out. And really, honestly, even through like, you know, Sarah and so many others in the tiny little corner, getting to know so many other people. See, someone loves you. Well, what I need to add, Brown, I need to add an actual Chiefs emote. I do have 2 emote slots I haven't filled yet. I've been on the fence about whether or not I want to commission some more. Since most of the emotes, if you do see from the ones that I do have, are also Jackson themed. Some are me themed, but are ones that I commissioned to have made. And so I don't know what to do with some of my additional slots. She said the Lion Kid subbed. Thank you. I very much appreciate the sub. Brown, I hope you enjoy it and get full use out of it. He's a sweet boy. Terrible taste in sports balls, a sweet boy. I mean, I had no choice in the matter. Again, like I wouldn't consider myself like a massive sports or ball fan. I was indoctrinated into all things Kansas City because I was born there, and I was told that I needed to love those teams. And here we are, you know, 30 years later, and I love those teams. So 30 plus years later, I guess now. But yeah, I can't help it. It's just a product of my indoctrination that I couldn't break out of, like Christianity. Oh, all right. That's probably a good sign of me. I should probably just get back to gaming and stop yapping. But for anybody who's here for the cat and not me, we'll keep him on the screen here as we continue to play this crazy game, which I don't know if anybody has played. Oh, shit, I need to stop the random music I just started to. I literally yelled Chiefs crap at me. I mean, you know, like, I didn't lie. I said I was being antagonistic. You told me I couldn't post Chiefs content, so I did literally post the Denver Broncos announcers coverage of the end of the Chiefs Broncos game, which is, I guess, still technically Chiefs content. But from the Broncos announcers. Gives Brown a hug. Checks Brown's blood pressure for safety. Yeah. After adding the heart rate monitor to my games, I have realized, like, I definitely need to get up and stretch or, like, do more yoga again. We've had some... Especially when oh, shit, I walked into fire. Especially when I have more than a couple glasses of wine in a night. I need to be more mindful. Yeah, literal hot ass. I don't know where this music came from either, or why it just stopped. Yeah, we're also playing this on nightmare mode, even though it's our first time, because I'm a masochist, and I like making things more difficult, or playing things on their harder difficulties. Don't ask me why. It's just a product of my gaming interests. Really, though, hope you're feeling better. I am. I'm actually feeling very good. And going out with some other people tonight, or going to a brewery where I also found extra Kansas content, was unexpected, but helped tremendously. Okay. Yeah, I've been thinking about even doing some yoga streams, or was talking about that last night too. Like, it'd be nice to break things up, or I've been talking about doing more cooking streams, not in a Bortco style fashion, in a much more boring style fashion. But as I've been thinking about getting back into yoga and some of the things that I should be doing more of anyways, I think I might start streaming that soon. Poke check. I think you could do Poke catch, Chef. E-Chef. Or does PokeCheck do something? I should probably know this. I know there's like a command check for it. But I also have, if you're on desktop, the module, which I just added a couple weeks ago, that lets you see all the ones you have caught. Which is also across streams too, which I learned from another... Oh, fuck. Fuck. Oh, I'm out of flares! This is fucked. Yeah, they can still, the big guys can still like one-shot me though. Ooh, there's a flashbang. Shit just like hidden randomly on the ground. Like what town has fucking guns and ammo and flashbangs and shit just hidden all over the ground? There we go. One down. They changed it so it only replies if you don't have it? Oh, interesting. Huntington Beach? Wait, what's the Huntington Beach comment? Huntington Beach? I used to spend a lot of time in Huntington Beach. When I first moved here, I lived in Orange County for like 7 years, 8 years. And I had a friend who lived in Huntington, who then moved to Newport. And even then we'd get like beach cruisers. Oh, grenades in the ground? What kind of fucking town has guns and ammo just strewn about? Some of my favorite initial California experiences were like drinking a little bit too much and then riding beach cruisers from like Newport to Huntington. Which I don't know if I should admit this while I'm live, but I also got a jaywalking ticket that I was a little tipsy and just like tore up and ignored for a very long time until I got pulled over and was told I had a fucking warrant for an unpaid jaywalking ticket. How to turn a $100 ticket into nearly a $1,000 ticket 101. I ended up going to the court and, you know, pleading and being like, I'm so sorry. Please don't make me pay that much money. Don't arrest me. I was jaywalking. Yeah. I did have a bench warrant. Yeah, they were coming after me. I don't know if I also gave them like a phony address or something. I don't remember the full. I remember like it was a bike cop too, of all fucking things. Like I did run across PCH in fucking Huntington Beach, but a fucking bike cop chased me down and like, I thought like something else had happened, but I don't fully remember if I like gave them a wrong address or whatever, but they never mailed me anything or I never got anything saying like, hey, you need to pay this. So I honestly just thought that it like had gone away. And then like 4 years later, I got pulled over and was told like that I had a fucking bench warrant. Whoops. Disgusting criminal, jaywalking of all things. Sick, twisted, messed up. I know. I mean, I am happy to the person who pulled me over though, because it could have been a lot worse. I do accept my white male privilege and the fact that they just warned me and told me to go take care of it.
I work for the same company, you know.
Instead of being a huge prick about it.
Well, there's a dead guy. He's got something I need to get into the Mount Redtooth Observatory.
But yeah.
God, that's awful. wanted to know about the guy who looked like you, didn't...
The last time you said he had a party, but you didn't go.
No, that's not true. I did go. It was really great.
She lied to us.
And then I didn't see it myself, but I hear he turned nasty. He hurt a bunch of guys pretty bad, and there was this girl.
The guy she's talking about, I'm pretty sure is us.
But I didn't hear about that until afterwards. I thought that he was so charming.
And then he went to the diner.
That's right. I wasn't involved with that at all. I don't know what happened.
I need to check out these motels.
Yikes.
In the meantime, you stay here.
You shouldn't, because guess what happened to me when that was the case?
I sure hope you're right about this.
What happened to you? So dumb. It's like the one late payment I had 6.5 years ago from when I moved and didn't realize that, yeah, fucking PG&E hadn't actually switched my bill over, just changed cards. Never trust a booby blonde in a tank top. It's still a ding on my credit. Yeah, I mean, that's where, like, I don't know if you can contest that at all, but when I went to the court first, they were like, yeah, you can clear this, but you need to pay, like, more than double the fine and all this shit, or you can request, like, a hearing. And so I, like, requested a hearing and had to go and, like, had to sit through, like, 8 or 10 or whatever, a large number of other people talk about their cases, and then I went up and was basically just like, yeah, this was, like, 4 years ago, and I honestly just thought it went away. I was honest about it, which I maybe shouldn't have been fully honest about it because I still didn't had to pay more than the original ticket value. But they're like, okay, you know, we'll reduce the fee. It's been paid off for years. Well, it's like 7 years. I think the things stay on your credit. Something crazy like that. My first credit card I was very dumb with when I was right out of fucking high school. Like, I worked all the way through undergrad and even when I moved here for grad school and racked up a lot of debt that I then took a little while to pay off. And I think it stayed on my credit for like 7 years. Fun fact, a night in jail is worth up to $5,000 in bail. Wink, wink, just saying, holy fuck. I mean, I know like DUIs and some of that stuff can be pretty crazy, but a single night for bail? Yeah. I'm grateful I didn't go to jail for jaywalking. But that's my Huntington Beach story. Also, Sancho's Tacos in Huntington Beach. One of the fucking best tacos places in Orange County. Hands down. It's literally the only late payment I've ever had. It's affecting my credit score by like 50 points. Holy shit, that's a lot. Yeah. I wasn't very financially responsible for a long time, but I did just recently break the 800 club, which I was very happy about. Which took me a long fucking time. Like, my credit was trash when I was in grad school. And shockingly, like, the more debt I've taken on, the higher my score has gone up. Which doesn't make a whole lot of fucking sense. But, yeah. Getting into... I treat it like a video game. Like, I want to hit 850. I want to fucking 100% my credit score. But I don't know if I'm going to get to that unless I, like, get extremely wealthy. But hitting 800 was something I was pretty proud of. But yeah, 50 points is fucking crazy, especially for something that was like years ago in a single late payment. Okay, where am I supposed to be going? Anything over $5,000 is usually a trip to county, but since county is impacted, you need about $10,000 in bail to stay. So they drive you to county jail, book you, release you, and give you a token for public transportation to get home. That's crazy. Well, but I mean, but even my ticket with the bench warrant and stuff was still like less than $1,000. So does that happen? What's anything over $5,000? Oh yeah, you don't get hurt by the environment. But wait, so what is I thought that maybe I'm incorrect here, but I thought that the bail was, or even like the booking was relative to the offense. No? Oh, fuck, there's a dead person. Oh, we also have like a little secret thing on the map that just popped up. Unless it's a violent felony, they can't keep you. Well, but even if it's a misdemeanor and stuff, I thought that like the bail or like bond or like booking fee stuff was relative. It was like proportional to whatever the crime was. Maybe that's just my naive mind. Ah, sorry for ads. Nope. That's wild.
Sometimes the puppet and puppeteer can be one and the same.
We have to go back to the observatory? It's all dollar amounts unless it's assassins? What does that mean?
Mount Redtooth. Its top littered with man-made eyes that stare into the endless.
Oh, unless it's assault?
Space.
Assault is treated differently?
Tonight, the champion of light will depend on them to pick out a message from the ether.
I didn't know that either. Or I thought it'd be treated differently if it was like a felony versus a misdemeanor, which kind of makes sense.
As history repeats itself, the man remembers the patterns.
Oh fuck, I didn't get the secrets back there though.
Part for the telescope.
Better find Dr. Meadows' car. That's where the camera should be.
But yeah, there's a lot of like, for anybody new to this, a lot of different horror movie and like vibes kind of brought in from different genres and like horror films, but Twilight Zone references, even like that announcer in person talking about stuff. Oh, what the fuck? Bro, I'm just trying to listen to the radio! Fuck. We might be cooked. We're gonna die. I don't think I can dodge my way out of this. I can't. Shit. If a felony requires extended incarceration, they keep you locked up. Other than that, it's all a dollar amount to see if you stay or go. Well, but to have your bail or like your bond stuff be more than the actual ticket or like fine, I don't know. Seems crazy. I can't skip this either, can I?
Eyes that stare into the endless depths of space. Tonight, the champion of light will depend on them to pick out a message from the ether.
Oh, I also turned my desktop volume down a lot because it was very loud. Here, this might make it a little bit better. Also, this is Kansas City as a backdrop, and Union Station in Kansas City. This was after the second Super Bowl that the Chiefs have won recently. That's why you have the Chiefs logo in the background. Each meal in a drunk tank is worth around $500?
As history repeats itself, the man remembers the patterns.
Is this where our taxpayer dollars are going to? Paying private prisons? Bullshit. $500 per trash meal. I mean, I know that is part of the problem. Escaped? Okay, let's dodge a bunch of this shit. Oh, we failed. Okay, maybe I should try to do a little bit better since I can't skip this fucking voiceover intro. But those firemen fuck me up really fast.
Top littered with man-made eyes that stare into the endless depths of space. Tonight, the champion of light will depend on them to pick out a message from the ether.
That is us. We are the champion of light. Dodge, duck, dip, dive, dodge.
As
dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball.
The man remembers the patterns. He knows that he needs the missing part for the telescope.
So we're not going to go inside. Also not just going to assume I can dodge all these things. I really could use a flare, though. Go this way. Much better. Get fucked. I think that's it. Sweet. Now we can listen to the radio.
There's a caller out there. You know, when the hours stretch into eternity like this, when it feels like I'm stuck in a rut and just reliving the same endless night over and over again, I feel genuinely touched by someone actually reaching out to me, breaking the monotony. I just want you to know that it really matters to me. Caller, you're on the air.
You suck, Eddie!
Did you know that this is my dream job? True fact.
It's like when we've had people join Discord and be assholes while live. It's the risk you take, being in public channels. I don't see where that secret is, though. It looks like it's supposed to be right here. Oh, there it is. Hell yeah.
When Dr. Rachel Meadows got the call from Michael, telling her to hurry to the observatory, she didn't waste any time. It had been a nice party. She'd had a good time, but her social life would always play second fiddle to the mysteries of space. Michael never showed up, of course. He pulled over at the wrong rest stop. She never even thought about him at the time. The phenomenon in the sky above her was too fascinating.
So that is the doctor who is overseeing the actual observatory efforts. We still don't really know what happened with that party. There's a lot we don't actually know. None of this makes a lot of sense yet.
As a storyteller, my first real love was crime. And it was in that genre that I finished my first novel, starring the perpetually miserable Alex Casey, whose entire life was a wound that never healed. The books sold as fast as they hit the shelves. I wrote 5 more Alex Casey books, and they all were bestsellers. I became rich. I became famous. Success brought pressure, and I didn't handle it very well.
Uh-oh. Yeah, our wife also died, which is unfortunate. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Or we're pretty sure she died. We don't actually know. The whole first game was us trying to save our wife, who at that time we thought didn't die, but it now seems very much like they did die. Yeah, I didn't write the game, Brown. This is just I am just the vessel helping everybody experience the shenanigans. I don't think we killed our wife either, but I don't know. We now have like an evil twin who I'm pretty sure is just us. I don't think there's any like actual twinning happening here. But it's all very unclear. Oh, fuck. Ah! What the fuck? Oh. should probably switch to an actual gun, too. Because this nail gun is not... It doesn't seem like the most efficient way to kill these assholes. It's a lot of fun, though. Hey. More lore.
I've seen the enemy, and it's me. I've faced dark horrors before, things that live in the unimaginable pressures of the world beyond our own. Sometimes they masquerade as humans.
Gotta finish up some work. Have a great night. Thank you so much again, Nurse. So great to see you.
Every mean-spirited
everybody you
tabloid
brought in
story
here.
about me.
Appreciate you sharing and continuing to share your community.
A creature formed in that
We'll continue
vague
doing so as
territory of
often as we
misconceptions,
can in terms of
half-truths, and the
overlap.
dark
but
imagination of people
hope
who
you and
heard a
Deuter have a
story
very good
about
night.
me.
And again, for
An
anybody who was
urban
in here
legend
before,
made
if you haven't
flesh.
been following
A serial
Nurse
killer.
Huckleberry, Nerd
My
Huckleberry,
dark
and
half,
Deuter VO,
brought to life by
do
the
so
power
immediately,
of Cauldron
or
Lake.
I'll ban you. It's not a threat, it's a promise. But I hope you have a good rest of your night. Here we go. Oh. I was really hoping, since I had a scope, it might let us do more than just... I don't know what I was expecting. It's basically the same thing as the last game. I was kind of hoping we could actually zoom in. See, oh, there it is.
The darkness rose from the depths of Cauldron Lake and took Alice.
Cauldron Lake is
It
the area
needed
we were in
words.
last
It needed
game
me to write its way into
in
our
Washington.
world. She was leverage, a hostage. I complied, but with a twist. I put in a loophole that gave me a chance to fight back. I was hunted by shadowy enemies, but I faced the darkness. I fought it with light. I drove it back. I saved Alice, but it came with a cost. I was trapped in the dark place below Cauldron Lake. The atmosphere in the projection booth at the drive-in was...
Yeah, we already read that. We just died. Okay. That's not good. The birds can hurt me like fucking Hitchcock.
There are places where our world is worn thin, and another reality brushes against ours. One such site is Cauldron Lake near Bright Falls, Washington.
Yeah, that's right.
But there are others. That other reality is dark, vast, and malleable, always in flux. In its depths dwell vast forces and alien energies. They're dangerous. But in one of these places, if you know how, you can channel the power of that place and use it to shape reality.
Is that true, or are we just having, like... I think we're having a psychotic break. I think that's going to end up being what's actually happening. Which I don't know how I feel about. I don't know if that's going to be true, but it seems to be the direction this shit is leaning. Later, nurse! Oh, fuck out of here. Ooh, that works. Come here. Fuck.
Stories come naturally to us. We can't help it. There are many different worlds, many competing realities within our heads, fueled by books, television, even barely remembered childhood tales. There's an endless supply of fictional concepts more familiar to us than anything or anyone real. We have a far greater connection to the fictional characters we know and love than the random people we pass on the street. Our destinies and inspirations are shaped by lies, myths, and fables.
Okay. So is it like a multiverse thing then? Is that what's gonna happen? Oh my god, fuck this guy. Let me in! Ooh, TV. This is
I know what you're thinking.
Our twin,
evil twin. Supernatural powers.
Yeah, it's
But
us.
most of the time, I just like to keep things basic. I want you to understand that.
Oh, that's cursed.
Like this. Need to get your hands dirty? No batteries, no moving parts, just physics. That's technology you can depend on. It's a classic. Speaking of classics, you need to be careful with this one, though.
Is that a razor?
If the victim suddenly twists, you might end up cutting yourself. It's not really a workhorse, but I'm a sucker for this style. Now this is more like it. You've got slip-resistant grip. Believe me, you really want that traction once you're wrist deep in somebody. The blade's stiff enough so it won't open by accident in your pocket, but it's still really easy to open with just one hand. Now that's a big thing for me. I know what you're thinking. It's too big, too heavy. But sometimes you just need the
Illegal
extra
in the state of California.
If you're talking intimidation, this is gonna do the job. Also great for dismemberings and whatnot. You know, the messy jobs. I can't tell you how many things I've MacGyvered with this stuff. Okay, now guns. Not a big fan. I mean, how are you supposed to really connect with somebody with a...
Chef, I'm not sure what the pokey check is. I think you gotta do this. Oops. This game doesn't have a borderless mode either, if you're wondering why it keeps going to desktop.
What? I want you to understand that. I take pride in what I do. We can't both be worthless hacks, can we?
Fuck you. With extreme prejudice.
You'll have to forgive me, but this feels very strange. It seems like this has all happened before.
It has.
I have the replacement part for your telescope, Doctor.
All right.
It says there's another secret over here, but I don't actually, maybe I have to do this first. No catch.
I think we can give this a go, although I have this strange feeling that something...
Don't start it up yet. There's a problem with the coolant system.
Yes, that's right. I remember. All right, let me think. If they're sabotaging it, they'll be at the primary coolant pipe outside. If you can secure it, we should be ready to pick up the signal. That's why you're here, isn't it?
Yes, it is. I'll take care of it.
Before you go, if you have the time, I'd appreciate if you came up here and explained a few things. All of this is very strange.
Sure. Sure. I like optional quests.
Hello.
I don't quite know what's going on, but I seem to remember having had this encounter before.
It's not deja vu, Doctor. This has happened before. We're caught in a time loop.
That's utterly insane. How could that be?
I can't really explain it. I suppose I could call it magic.
I don't believe in magic.
Neither do I. But I can't argue with what I've experienced. Listen, what matters now is the signal. The last time we only caught a part of it. I need the rest of it. Whether you believe me or not, you want to look into this as much as I do, right?
Yes. All right.
I realize that you have trouble believing this.
That's an understatement. I can't deny that what you say resonates with me on some level I don't pretend to understand. But for all I know, I'm simply delusional.
But it's not just you. I've experienced the same thing as you. Doesn't that prove something, at least?
Maybe. On the other hand, given your appearance, and the fact that you're trying to convince me that I'm not insane, perhaps you're merely a hallucination that accompanies my delusions.
You're not having a psychotic episode, Doctor.
I'm having a psychotic episode. That seems to be most likely. Okay, so we can't... That's it? I thought we were going to get something from that. Ha! I wonder if people speedrun this game. Probably not. I don't know. People speedrun everything. Okay, it says there's a secret right here. Maybe it's outside? Haha!
The Taken may well be the tool the darkness favors over any other. At some point, they used to be human, but whatever humanity they once had is long gone. Now they're just shells covered and filled by darkness. The Taken Mr. throws at me are more grotesque and varied than the ones I first encountered in Bright Falls. But I know how to deal with them. I'd be lying if I said they don't frighten me. But I've survived worse. I can't let them stop me.
What worse have we survived? The first game stuff? Fuck. Still don't have enough. Alright, okay. I don't think there's a way to actually get down there from here. Or like from that spot quickly. Wonder if Alan ever wakes up. I don't know. His name's not Alan Sleeps. Fucking dad joke. I'm not gonna lie, I don't exactly remember how to get down there. I kind of vaguely thought it was like somewhere over here, but I think I'm fucking wrong. Oh, it is over here, just on the other side. Jesus Christ. Leave me alone! Oh, shit. I have one flare, 2 flashbangs. Okay. Rip. We'll do better this time. Especially since it takes a long time to get down there. I wonder if I can just drop the flare immediately. I believe in you. Thank you. Well, the shitty part is on nightmare mode. Like, see, like this. Like, normally, I could just aim the flashlight at them, even when I wasn't, like, doing the focus mode, and it would work. But in nightmare mode, that doesn't seem to be a thing. So instead I have to like dodge. Yeah, you can't pre in nightmare mode. Which is why some of those big guys, it's a lot harder, because that's how I was killing all the big guys in the first one. Was just like pre-lighting them. Shit, is there one behind me? Fuck did that guy come from? Where did they go? Okay.
These beings hate the light, am I correct?
Yes.
You should be able to turn on the lights and secure the area that way.
Doctor, can you hear me? I think we're
Hey, we got an achievement.
All right. I'll start looking for the signal. Please, head back.
That's not good.
I guess they didn't like that.
Do I go that way instead? I think I have to. Sorry, I just need to. I feel like you can do it this way. Can I cheese it? You saw me start to get up on top of the fucking railing. God damn it. Let me cheese! Alright, fine, fine. Oh shit!
Trying to kill me.
Fuck. Oh shit. Fuck out of here. That actually worked out surprisingly well. I thought that was gonna be a lot harder.
The Taken may well be the tool the darkness...
We already read this one. What's the one I just picked up? Oh, I died. Ignore me. Oh, that's what fucked me up earlier. It's those fucking grenades. Can I just go inside? The answer to that is yes.
Find the signal?
Yes. I don't think it's quite the same thing we had, the last time. Still, we're definitely picking it up.
Are we getting the complete signal now?
I'm afraid not. Take a look at it yourself. I'm printing out a hard copy now. I'd like to ask you a question or two before that, though. If you don't mind.
What's on your mind, Doctor?
Most people would find these events extremely disturbing, provided that they survive these creatures, that is. You seem to be quite adept at dealing with the situation. Why is that?
Yes, I was
not my first rodeo.
It's a complex story. I was in this small town, and a horrible thing from another dimension kidnapped my wife and manipulated me into writing this horror story that came true. I learned to fight it with light, and I managed to contain it and free my wife. But I was trapped in its world.
Are you serious?
Absolutely. So, I'm used to reality working in strange or even impossible ways. And I fought these things, not exactly like this, but close enough for a good while now. Of course, I have certain advantages. Was there anything else?
What did you mean when you said you have advantages?
At the risk of sounding like a lunatic, reality is much more fluid than people think. It can be influenced.
I didn't take you for a mystic.
I'm not. I'm a writer. And under certain conditions, I can, for lack of a better word, rewrite reality. Change things.
That's absurd.
But it works.
Assuming I believe this, why don't you simply, I don't know, write yourself some superpowers?
Yeah, that's what I asked in the first one.
Quite that simple. You need to follow certain laws of drama, I suppose. You need to think about consistency and symbolism. Often what you write isn't anywhere near as important as what you imply. There are things out there that will take advantage of your mistakes.
You really believe in this?
No.
Don't look at me like that. You've experienced some of this yourself.
I will gladly admit that something exceedingly strange is going on. But this idea that you're somehow altering reality with your writing is ridiculous. You're essentially saying you're controlling my actions. Leaving aside the rational arguments against this, what gives you the right?
Well, it's more like having a destiny. A path you're on. You're not aware of it, but there it is. If somebody changes it, what difference does it make? It's what every writer does. If you write something that affects one of the characters, they don't really know about that.
I'm not a character. Are you saying that it's all right to take advantage of someone if they aren't aware of it?
No.
Look, all I meant was that if you're genuinely making all your own decisions, and those decisions lead to whatever destiny you have, what practical difference does it make?
I suppose that depends on whether our destinies are determined by things like physics and probabilities, or natural reality, which is presumably neutral and impartial, or by some kind of an intelligence. If it's the latter, that intelligence makes choices based on some criteria. If we suffer as a result of those choices, there's a moral and ethical element involved, regardless of whether we're aware of its manipulations. Wouldn't you agree?
You're taking this very well. I thought you'd be hangry.
Snooty? I think it's like S-N-O-O-T-Y.
Do this.
But I know what you meant, Dead Game. I knew what you meant. But I suppose being grammatically correct, it would also be snootily. S-N-O-O-T-I-L-Y. Standing there snootily. Where's the fucking printout thing? Oh, right here.
Another printout. Another signal fragment. The message is still not complete, but it's another piece of the weapon he has built against his adversary.
Well, you know what I meant.
Mere
I'll take the
words on a
win.
piece of paper, but in the right hands.
I'm trying
they
my
will
best to
hold
not
back
be
the darkness.
fucking pedantic grammar Nazi all the time. Grading papers for nearly half a decade broke my brain in that regard.
The last time the man came to the drive-in, it did not end well.
No, it did not.
He hopes to avoid that fate this time. He hopes that what he has brought with him to this place is enough.
But yeah, full disclosure, I don't know if that's actually
Serena's
the correct
probably out of
way
her
that that's
mind
spelled
again.
either.
But I'm gonna need that key so I can get the power back on.
To change the world, you must craft a blueprint for the new reality. Any work of art will do, as long as it's a genuine act of creation. That's what the energies of the dark place respond
show
to.
you a genuine
The
act of
results may be
creation.
subtle and perplexing, or far-ranging and momentous. My area of expertise, the written word, gives much more precise results than music or interpretive dance would, for instance. But words can be extremely dangerous. What you define may become reality, but so can that which you imply, even if you don't realize you're doing so.
We have gotten so far away from finding our fucking wife.
You again.
I'm really just here to get the keys so I can get the power back on.
Do you want to hold me down? It's okay. I know you like that.
Yeah, I'll just grab the keys.
Oh shit.
I could be like your wife. Little wifey. Waiting at home for hubby. Or you could be the mailman. Or the neighbor.
I'm already married to someone who isn't crazy, thanks.
She
I'm
just might
gonna
be
go and
dead.
get the power back on.
Aww.
Look, I may or may not be back. I have the access code to the booth already, so once the power is on...
You should totally come
Ew.
see me. We could have fun. You know.
We'll see how it goes. You should sit down or something. Try to stay calm.
I don't want to be calm. I want to be nasty. I want to be nasty with you.
Damn, girl.
I was about to do the weather, but I see we have a caller. Hey, you're on the air with Eddie. What's up?
Hey, Eddie, it's Ricky. You talked about fate before. You think about that a lot?
Not a lot, to be honest, but I take it you do.
Our wife is dead, dead game.
Any conclusions you'd care to share?
She's trying to help us snap out of it, okay? This is probably the best thing that could happen to us.
Yeah, right, sure.
So free will, right? Am I right? I mean, if we can do what we want, how can there be fate? I mean, you don't know what's going to happen next, so there's
Ooh.
no fate.
Asking about free will versus determinism. Some deep radio interview
I
stuff.
don't know, Ricky. I don't suppose you have considered the possibility that we're all here in the service of a greater purpose, incomprehensible to us,
and that what we take to be freedom is nothing more than the move of a pawn on some cosmic
Nice
chessboard,
transition.
limited in scope, subject to the whims of unseen players,
existing only for their entertainment.
or perhaps we're just a twisted reflection of actual events that can happen elsewhere. Could it be that such is life in Night Springs?
Dude, what?
Food for thought, Ricky. Food for thought.
Game ended on a cliffhanger. Okay, so at best, our wife is dead. At worst, we're having a psychotic episode where we now also have an evil twin who is also most likely still just us because we're never seen really in the same place at the same time. And we're like murdering people on the side. And our wife, if she isn't dead, is nowhere near us, or we have not been able to physically locate her since the end of the last game. We're also in a whole nother fucking state. We somehow made it from like Washington to Nevada, and we're still trying to figure out what the fuck happened to our wife. halfway across the fucking country. I'm not sure how any of this is making sense.
Are you getting it yet, genius?
God damn it. So much fun for me watching you go through the emotions of this journey. I mean, I just thought that this, of all things, is like, you know what? Maybe I should play this game because maybe it'll help me understand more about what actually happened in the last game before we jump into the next game. But no. We're in a whole nother fucking state and still have the exact same questions from the last game. But now we have like an evil twin who's like torturing people in fucking hotel rooms and stuff. And I'm not convinced that that's actually an evil twin. I think it's just us. Oh, God damn it. They are good at what they do, but I'm not gonna lie, this doesn't... At least Control, when it ended, gave you like some answers. This seems to just be like, oh, wow! Seems to just be like, hope you're okay with extreme nonsense. So we're not gonna answer shit. Fuck out of here. Alright, fuck this. I don't have time for these assholes. Oh, look. Why can't you die?
She's really beautiful, isn't she? Your wife.
My wife?
Well, our wife, really. Just my wife, so... Don't worry. I'm not gonna treat her like the others. She's special. If I wanted her dead, she would be.
So she's not dead?
For a while now. So talented. You haven't seen her new work, of course. Oh, it takes my breath away. Really, she's that good.
What? Patience, Padawan, or something. I don't know. I haven't watched Star Wars in years.
Did you know that I've got a wedding ring, too? Without similar. She's seen me a couple times, you know? I've let her catch glimpses. She thinks she's imagining things, of course. She thinks you're dead.
What?
It might as well be. I mean, even if you manage to keep surviving, you'll be in my trap forever.
She thinks we're dead?
It'll be an amazing moment. Oh my God, you're alive. I'll be the good, loving husband for as long as I can stand it. She'll love it.
What's her most recent work, too? That looked like a newspaper clipping.
And then, one day, somehow, it'll happen. Maybe I'll slip up, she spots something, or maybe she just starts running her mouth. And then, I'll do it.
My wife!
It's gonna be sweet.
Stop fingering my wife. Okay. Yeah. Again, This makes even less sense now. Get out of here. Fuck off. Fuck off! Why does she think we're dead?
You're like a little hamster in a wheel. Go ahead and keep running for all the good it'll do you.
Yeah, you were talking about having to wait like a decade in between the games or whatever. I assume that this is what would have made that difference, because it looks like this came out like 5 years after, or 4 years after the first one. So it's like almost right in between them, right? Oh, fuck, this is a lot of things. Something like that. I don't know why I skipped this either. I didn't even know I owned this game until we started talking about the first one. I'm assuming I got this also through like a Humble Bundle thing. Hell yeah, dude. Let's fucking go. M16 now? Secrets. 2 secrets. Like inside. One is definitely outside, but I don't think I can get over there yet. Venomoth.
For Serena Valdivia, burning the midnight oil was more of an exception than a rule. A procrastinator and a perfectionist, she often worked when she wouldn't be disturbed.
Who the fuck is
Tonight
Serena
was especially
Valdivia?
important. The film festival would open tomorrow, and there was still so much to sort out. It wasn't that the work hadn't been done. She just didn't feel like she had completely mastered everything yet.
Who the fuck is that? Was there a Serena in the first game? I don't remember a fucking Serena.
The dark place is utterly hostile to human life. It eats at your mind, wants you to succumb to madness. Your own thoughts can turn against you. Every shadow conceals a threat that attacks at the slightest sign of weakness. You're under endless assault. Every day is a struggle for survival. But I've learned to take care of myself. I focus on Alice, our life together, my need to be with her. That takes me a long way in the dark place. As long as I have my gun and the flashlight.
Are we in, like, just... Are we in an institution? Like, just fucking imagining all of this shit? Because that seems way more likely. Ew, don't make it boring. Where the fuck am I supposed to be going to? I mean, it doesn't have to be boring. It could be, you know, like Shutter Island style. It's making less and less sense as time goes on, though, which is not how it's supposed to be going. Oh yeah, I see this stuff. We already did this before. You got the deluxe edition upgrade for Alan Wake 2 when I got it? Yes, I did. So I have all the DLC. I bought the nice version when it was 50% off on the Epic sale last month. Isn't that what I did last time? Face-hugging spider assholes. Okay, there's one thing I'll make you do so you don't miss it. It's the Night Springs DLC or optional things throughout the game that are completely unrelated to anything, so you won't have anything spoiled. But I can't let you miss. It's one of my favorite things in Alan Wake 2. Fuck yeah. I mean, I plan to do all the DLC, or that's one of the things I was surprised that in the first one there wasn't any DLC. Or maybe it was just baked into what I did because I played the remastered version? The one you're specifically meaning anyways? I'm down to do all the DLC. Ah, shit. Didn't I go this way this time? Or last time? Oh, here we go. Fuck. There we go.
If you die, you lose. If you quit, you lose. If you make it to the end of the loop, you still lose. Sucker.
Fuck. Bullshit. The Night Springs things are actually encountered like as you go through the game, so when you get to that point, I'll make sure to tell you where to go. Okay. Yeah, if it's not spoiler-esque, I'm fine with that. I have no issue
you
with
lose. If you quit, you lose. If you make it to the end of the loop, you still lose. Sucker.
I don't think I can kill this thing with the fucking... I have to seem like use a higher powered gun. Hell yeah. Should have used those in the big guns too. Nope, not at all. This one is just in a room, but make sure to point out it's the one I was referring to. It's hilarious. Nice. There have been some pretty funny moments in these games, I have to say. Like, even with their references and callbacks to... Ooh, was that a rattlesnake? heard a rattlesnake. Yep, we did this before. Yeah, not being able to, like, use my flashlight on the structures and shit without being focused is also, like, I'm constantly, I feel like, in battery management mode. Batteries. Alan, exercise more, buddy. Out of here. Shit, they just keep spawning. Was close. But we did it.
The champion of light knows that the time itself is about to end. At least for him. He can feel the dead end rushing towards him. But there is time to act. Incomplete or not, he has the weapon.
I don't have the whole thing, but maybe it's enough.
Spotlight. Film noir poster visible. What the fuck does that mean? Is it this? Tom the Poet! All right. All we have left is changing the time or the date.
not enough.
You're trying to be cute, aren't you? What are you up to? It's a waste of time, buddy. You should just lie down and die. Let me take over. This is the only thing you've got coming to you. From here to eternity.
No matter how many times you come back.
What?
Time folds back on itself.
Like live, die, repeat.
Again, his senses scream as the very impossibility of what is happening assaults them. But the champion of light endures. Each time he
Edge
gets
of
a little
Tomorrow.
closer. Each time another detail falls into place. Now the trap works against the Herald of Darkness.
Oh, look, a person with a melee weapon. One of those things we can never get ourselves. That didn't kill it? What? What the fuck? Can I not kill it? Get the fuck out of here. Not around.
Right on cue, bubbling to the surface from untold depths, the horrors come. The emerging monsters do not expect the warm reception that has already been prepared for them.
Yeah, we already know this part. Turn the thing. To the observatory!
Next stop, saving Emma.
Oh yeah, we gotta save Emma first. Bro. Bro, really? Still going? Yeah, can't stop. Can't stop, won't stop. Did you just wake up? was able to sleep and then wake up?
Next
That's
stop,
how sleep
saving
works.
Emma.
Well, I mean, unless it goes very poorly. Missing spouses, hot babes, falling satellites. This game has it all. Assault rifles, ghosts, conspiracy theories. Quick time events, quick dodge events like that. When you see it go into slow-mo, oh, fuck that guy. That's me doing badass shit. It doesn't just happen on its own. Fuck. Fuck. Gundam gets the beauty of this franchise. I did overheat while sleeping. But like, damn. I don't have shit to do tomorrow besides watch the Chiefs go 10-0. And ideally start Alan Wake 2, which is why I want to get through this tonight. Secrets.
I have seen the darkness twist flesh into new shapes.
You know what? Fair. Go crazy.
But encountering these giants is an
I
extremely
went like 9
disturbing
hours the other night.
experience. It's as if the genre has been switched on me.
I mean, when I first started, I used
There's
to go like
something
10
out
or
of
12
Pulp
hours
Fiction.
regularly.
Twice as tall as normal men and stronger than
I also
forklifts.
wasn't sleeping as
Their lumbering
healthfully as I
gait
have
and
been recently,
slow-witted
so
demeanor
I'm
brings
not
to
sure if
mind
returning to
some
that is a
kind
good
of
thing.
mean-spirited caricature of a feeble-minded hillbilly.
Feeble-minded hillbilly is my middle name. But yeah, I'm also playing this one on nightmare mode, so I feel like I've made it a little bit harder on myself than I probably should have for something I wanted to just kind of like pick up more of the story from.
Well, hard lovers, are you feeling
Not as long as I show up, I guess.
Fuck. I don't have any flashbangs. Fuck! Why can't I kill these things anymore, though? Maybe I have to just be closer to them.
It's clear now.
Yeah, thanks for saving me again. I'd hate to die before I'm scheduled to be murdered.
I guess I have you to thank for setting everything up at the oil derrick.
Yeah, well, I figured that if we were going to go over this again, we might as well try to be smart about it, huh?
Aww.
I appreciate it. You took a big chance doing that. Are you okay?
What do you think? I've died twice. I remember everything pretty clearly now. You said I was gonna be okay.
I don't know what happened.
Oh, it's not your fault.
Gone.
I think one of those, what did you call them? The takers? I think they did something to the power and they got me that way.
I'm sorry.
But I got the keys from the dead guy in that room. And I'm not handing them over until you do something about this. I'm sick of getting killed.
Fair enough.
Let's do it together.
You seem calmer now.
I tried freaking out. It didn't do much good for me. I guess you get used to the craziest stuff.
Good for you.
Plus, I figured I'd take the edge off, you know?
Mm-hmm. Those herbal supplements are pretty good, huh?
Oh, yeah.
I'm glad they don't get mad about me shooting them in the face.
I wanted to try to explain things to you now since you're calmer, but maybe this isn't the best time after all.
Oh, shit, yeah. Better not get all metaphysical on me now. Seriously, I'm like 2 sentences away from thinking how we could all be like atoms on God's skin or something.
What?
Or figments of somebody's imagination?
Wow. I'm just gonna try to chill out and not think about that or getting murdered or anything, if you're cool with that.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Let's all just be atoms on God's skin. whatever the fuck that means.
Getting the Andersons into the recording studio was a struggle and a half. But once they actually picked up the
Tor and
instruments,
Odin?
something happened. They were two old men, and they weren't. They were doddering bags of bone, and they were barely contained power. And there was music. Barry rubbed his hands together. He knew how to pick a winner. Now all they needed was some direction on how to make things a little more modern. Barry had never produced a thing in his life, but he knew what he liked. He knew Balance Slays the Demon was going to be a hit.
Fuck yeah. All my homies love Tor and Odin. What the fuck? Axe. Fuck. They have to. These dudes are the best.
So I've been thinking about Barry. I don't know what to do about him yet. I mean, I'm not gonna keep him around, that's for sure.
How dare you, Alan Part 2.
Al! Ugh, little parasite. Your best friend. Really? That's the best you can do. I actually kind of like the guy. He's a plucky little butterball. He plays the clown. That's a hard road to take. But I don't need him sticking his fat face in my business. Did you know he's been hanging out with the sheriff from that shitty little town?
She was cute.
Barry's about the only guy who insists
I liked her.
that you're not dead. How about that? I might keep him alive for a while. Just to see him go to pieces when I fire his ass. Yeah. Yeah.
Fuck this guy. Why can I also not access the fuse box? Am I missing something? Oh, there we go.
Okay.
Can we drive
I really
Christine?
don't think they can get to the power now.
Thank you. That's a relief. Here's the keys that you needed.
Thank you.
Hey, I have to tell you, at the diner, I went there with him. The guy who looks like you, okay? I know I said that I didn't.
Yeah, I figured. Want to talk about what happened at the diner?
There was this guy from the observatory, and he just attacked the poor dude, smashed his face into the tabletop a bunch of times. It was horrible. I didn't know that he was gonna do that. I swear. And I just ran. I just left him there. I didn't even try to help.
There was nothing you could have done. It's not your fault.
Still, that's a pretty weak move.
He's dead in that motel room now, so excuse me if I feel pretty shitty about it anyway.
You shouldn't blame yourself.
I just didn't want to get involved. I have this tendency to just drop everything and run. I don't think I'm a bad person, but I didn't even call the cops. I'm such a coward.
If you'd called the cops, we'd have dead cops. He's not human. Do you understand? It's not your fault.
But I could have tried to stop him.
You could have.
Believe me, if you had, you'd be dead.
But you would have died with honor.
You seem to be doing a little better now.
Yeah, I guess it just got easier once I got this thing off my chest. I just feel so guilty about it, especially because I didn't pick up on any of the warning signs. I just really liked hanging out with him, you know? He was smart and charming and funny and hot. The way you could be, I guess.
Ooh.
What's the deal with this guy anyway? He looks like you, he uses your name. Why does he do this stuff?
I'm not sure myself. Maybe he's just evil or my dark half. He does a lot of the stuff I'm trying really hard to get away from. Things that just messed up my life.
I guess all those murders don't help either.
Yeah, I could do without the murders and the end of the world. Listen, I need to get going.
Yeah, go. I think I'm good now. I hope.
Good luck. If it all goes well, maybe this is the last time we meet like this.
God, wouldn't that be great?
Just keep those lights on, okay?
I'll come back, and we can party together if my wife is actually dead. How about that? Is it a date? How the fuck do I get in here?
The fate of countless individuals hangs in the balance, threatened by the machinations of the Herald of Darkness. And yet, for a moment, the Champion of Light breathes a little easier.
You gonna try to go back to sleep now?
Life.
Enjoy.
For this moment, it is enough.
Thanks for hanging out.
And soon, perhaps, he can put an end.
Rest
to
in
this.
peace. No, seriously, I hope you sleep well, though.
Returning to the observatory for what he hopes is the final time, the man feels anticipation and dread in equal measure. Soon, he knows, he will have what he needs.
Let's fucking go!
Hello, I was expecting you. I've already taken care of the imaging array, but you should still look into securing the primary coolant flow. With some luck, you may be able to light the area.
Yep. Looks like we're not gonna have luck with that.
Very good. I believe we're ready to look into the sky.
Right there, Doctor.
God damn it, another one of these dudes? Oh, what the fuck is that? Oh, shit. Ah! Fuck. How do I get around this? That's not it. Loot. Bro. How do I actually get out of here? Do I have to kill this dude? I think I have to kill that dude. Go. Am I missing something? that's some bullshit. What? What am I missing? Can't get in here. I don't think we can do anything over here. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. It's not like we've done this twice already or anything. Hello, friend. Welcome back. Are you kidding me? It took me all the way back to here? It's wild. Alright, we can do this. Much faster. One second, friend. And a large cat. Yeah, he's an old man. Looking for lots of love right now. Telling me it's bedtime. I think we're close to beating this though. Yeah, that large man can one-shot us too, which is the frustrating part. Having to redo that multiple times. Okay, so I didn't use the flare or the flashbang that time though, so I think I'll be better suited for this next part this time. Hello, little one. Ah, fuck. Dude. I love you, but I don't know what's going on. Don't know what's going on with you right now. Fuck, no! Kind of like that the AR has a ton of recoil. I'm sure for you it's not amazing, but also makes sense. I mean, it was just plain Jane Rider Boy in the first game. Not a lot of need for firearms in that. Yeah. Well, I mean, the nail gun isn't, like, insanely accurate either. I've been getting better with both of them. Did I pick up that writing, too? Yeah, I did. Okay. Okay, and I didn't use any of the flare stuff. I think I just have to take these out as they come. Trying to group them all up. Well, better for ammo conservation. This is too much of a pain in the ass. God damn it. Let's fucking go. Seven bullets left. Oh, there we go. Perfect timing.
Come on in.
About goddamn time.
This is what you look like. Does that bother you? I bet it does. I'm not just wearing your face, you know. It goes a lot deeper than that. There's a lot of you and me. All the best parts. At first, I was just an idea. But they kept telling all those stories about you. You already had that rep. And then you disappeared mysteriously. And then the stories about bad, crazy Alan Wake came true. And here I am. That's the best part, isn't it? When that happens, you can always count on Cauldron Lake. I'm just as real as you are. And I'm the improved version. No fears, no doubt, no weaknesses, no self-deception here. I don't let anything drag me down.
Lies. We seem to be getting under your skin.
I know you like I know myself. I know it bothers you that I'm like this, that I use your name, crawl my way into your life. But I only do it because I'm better at being you than you ever were.
Let's fucking go! Oh shit. There's behind me. Okay. I need to get over to that refill super fast.
You need to protect the telescope or we can't complete the signal.
Are you stuck? Can't talk shit. I'm gonna die. All right.
You need to protect the telescope, or we can't complete the signal.
Doing worse. Get in here.
You need to protect the telescope, or we can't complete the signal.
Damn. Because I untired? Okay. This is rough though. How did I do this first? Shit. Maybe I'm still a little tired. I missed those flashbangs right there too. That would have made life a lot easier. Yep, just fine. Took us a few tries, but we're fine.
Remember our previous encounter clearly now. I don't know why our awareness persists, but it's bloody fascinating.
Doctor?
You know, I know physicists who would give 15 years of their lives for a chance to experience something like this.
I'd imagine that being stalked by horrible axe murderers would curb their enthusiasm a little.
Clearly you've never met hardcore physicists.
I'm glad you're in such good spirits, but...
The signal! Yes, it's completed.
Finally. If all goes well, this should be the last time we go through the loop.
You know, I just realized that I don't have any memory of what happens after you leave. What does that mean?
I don't think it means anything. If everything goes well, you just keep going. I don't show up here like this again, no more bad guys. Things go back to normal.
Let's hope you're right. I'd love the opportunity to look into this in more detail.
Looks like you've accepted the situation.
I'm a pragmatist. If this is a delusion, at least my first psychotic episode is anything but boring. Really, Mr. Wake, at the end of the day, I'm a scientist. I love mysteries. I love not knowing. Whatever else this might be, it's absolutely fascinating. I wonder how far this reaches. Is everybody in the world experiencing this?
Who knows? I think
so.
reality's probably pretty fragile right now. Doctor, I can see you're very enthusiastic about this. I'd appreciate a bit of discretion.
Are you suggesting that we should suppress this?
No. You can do what you like, but I want you to leave me out of it.
She sounds like Sylvia from Nurse's Channel. She does sound a little like Sylvia.
You can replicate any of these results. We could...
Let me be blunt. If you drag me into this, I'll deny everything. I'll lie like my life depended on it. And writers are damn good liars. Word of advice. This is things man was not meant to know territory. You get into this,
yeah, Sylvia.
You'll open up a door into a world.
Put the fucking bottle down.
I know.
I see.
Wait, can I say anything else to her? We were just kind of mean to her. And I'm not talking about me trying to shoot her in the face.
In a strange way, he feels at ease. He is armed with his own words, and when the time comes, they will be enough or they will not. For now, he's content to let the currents take him toward the final confrontation.
The final countdown.
Once more, we return to the drive-in. If he's aware of the absurdity of arming oneself with a few sentences and standing against a power that can pierce time itself, he doesn't show it. The man has his share of weaknesses, perhaps more, but cowardice is not among them.
Fucking right. Alan fucking Wake.
Oh, you got yourself a little plan, do you?
Shut up, Alan. Fuck. Alan heckin' Wake. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Oh, shit. No, not these guys. Fuck. Just split into all of your constituent beings already. Immediately. Please. Run out of space! Fuck! No!
Once more,
Oh
we
my
return to the
god, it
drive-in.
starts at the fucking beginning.
If he's aware of the absurdity of arming oneself with a few sentences and standing against a power that can pierce time itself, he doesn't show it. The man has his share of weaknesses, perhaps more, but cowardice is not among them.
Oh, you got yourself a little plan,
Fuck
do
off,
you?
Alan. What the fuck? I like to call it pro gamer move. Yeah, okay. I was thinking maybe we could get through that side, but I think I made this exact same mistake last time. Fuck. Fuck, no! Almost out of ammo. No fucking ammo out here either. It's not good. That's a lot of shit. Bruh.
Okay.
That's not good. Doing it on fucking hard mode, I guess. Where's the hole in the fence? What the fuck? Oops.
You're never getting out of this, Wake. Never! Don't worry. I'll take care of your wife and your life.
My life! Oh, 2 of them. Oh, okay. Awesome. Let's fucking go.
I don't know what you think you're doing, but I'll send you right back to the beginning.
When the dark man's eyes suddenly locked into Serena's, she flushed hot. They ignited a black fire in her. He was talking. He wanted the power turned off. He said something about the projector booth. She hooked a finger under his belt buckle. He grabbed a hold of her throat and twisted until it hurt. Somewhere deep inside, a part of her screamed in paralyzed horror, but the moan that escaped from her throat had no panic in it. "Pay attention," he said. "Business first." His eyes glittered shamelessly. Hers did too.
Smutty. I need ammo.
What? You think whatever it is you're gonna do is gonna make a difference? This'll end up just like before!
I'm stuck in this freaking tree! Bro, no, 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 no. No, no, no. The best start. 2 batteries left, though. Yeah, they seem to continuously spawn from these things. That's why I've been trying to do them in order. Yeah, I only have 1 more battery now. Well, I guess I didn't read. Fuck, yeah! Thought we were gonna be cooked there. Lots of dudes.
Again, the champion of light enters the final trap. The new reality is almost here. All he needs to do is change the details of the scene, push it past the breaking point, and the rest will snap into place.
Alice's film was in the projector. Alice? Okay. How do I do that? Well, fuck, we can do the other ones first. Beep boop. Where's Alice's film? Fuck. No, that's not helping. What the fuck? Oh.
Oh, come on, buddy.
Use Mr. Scratch's own trap to destroy him.
What? What is this? No! No!
What is this?
You can't do this! All I did was take the things you always wanted and never had the balls to go for. It's my turn now. It's my life.
It's my life, and it's now or never. I'm gonna live forever. I just wanna live alive. Alice's film is changing.
Alan? Is it really you?
It's really me.
Alice!
I love you.
I love you.
A woman, a man, two lovers, held apart for far too long, enveloped in the light of a glorious dawn. They both feel it. He's home at last.
I mean, it still looks like they're in fucking Arizona.
Are these actual events, or merely a dream? A memory, or a glimpse of what is to come? One thing is certain. This scene takes place in another time and another place, far, far away from Night Springs.
I hate this shit. No post-credit scene? No, I do love it. Okay. That was insane. That was absolutely insane. Yeah, we'll play Alan Wake 2. In fact, I'll just install it now. Why the hell not? We'll just install all the fucking Alan Wakes. Let's have them all going. Thank you, Gundam. Appreciate all of y'all for hanging out, especially those coming in from the nurse raid. I love hanging out with y'all. Oh yeah, that's on Epic. What am I doing here? Opening fucking Steam. But I had a blast. We will be playing Alan Wake 2. We're starting that tomorrow after the Chiefs game. Alan Wake 2. But yeah, to your earlier question, I did buy the deluxe edition, the deluxe upgrade. Is this what you're asking about, Dead Game? So I have all the DLC, or I should have like literally everything for it installed. Sweet. We will get that going to have that ready for tomorrow. But yeah, what do we have? What do we have going on here in the world? We've got Sarah. Ooh. We have Tiny. We haven't done Tiny in a long time. Make sure I point out Night Springs things. Yeah, I'll try and start a little bit early. I'm obviously going to sleep in. I don't think the Chiefs game's till like 1 o'clock Pacific time. So we do have a little bit. Yeah, I mean, I appreciate no spoilers. But if you just want to point out that, that's super cool. $24 hours? Holy shit. Yeah, they're at 15 hours? Yeah, let's go. We could raid Tiny. Let's do that. It's their 3-year partnerversary, and we haven't raided them in a while. So let's go say hi to Tiny. They're always a good time. Also, variety streamer. Looks like they're playing Lethal Company and doing a 24-hour stream for their 3-year partnerversary. So give them lots of love, please. Please, please, please. Long story short, I played on PS5 and sold my PS5, so I'm starting fresh on PC, but with all the DLC, so I'm still finding things too. Let's go. Yeah, I do think for returning back to the Dark Pictures stuff, after Alan Wake 2, I will play Until Dawn, but I'll use my PS5 for that. So we'll just use the capture card and do that like I did for Spider-Man 2 and Miles Morales and the other Spider-Man things. But yeah, thank you so much again for everybody hanging out. I had a blast. Appreciate all the follows, all the bits, all the love, the fucking gift sub from Nerd, and especially the huge raid from Nurse. Please give them all the love if you hadn't already. If I've enjoyed these, I'll absolutely love Alan Wake 2. Yeah, well, it's also the newest, so I also loved Control, which now I feel like I have to replay as well. But I'm assuming if Alan Wake 2 carries over many of those elements and has better graphics and shit, I can't imagine how I wouldn't love it. But yeah, thank you again for all the love, everybody. I've had a blast today, and I will, yeah, I've played Control too, so I am going in with the full picture now. But I appreciate it again, and we'll hopefully catch many of you tomorrow. Have a good night, y'all.